Trying to put my pizza in the oven.
That's a weird euphemism, but okay.
It's no euphemism. That's dinner.
There we go. Yes. 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 Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today, another episode of Star Trek Return to the Frontier as we follow the adventures of the USS Andromeda in the original series time period. And everything's going fine. I was going to make a joke, everything's going fine. Everything is actually going fine. We're actually doing pretty well, and I'm sure nothing bad will happen this episode as I hand it off to the GM, who's going to make everything very bad for us. Prediction. Justification on Ryza. I'll feel very bad.
Unlikely. We are nearing the end of Gamma Shift when we look at the bridge and
should we be on the bridge at this point?
well, not yet. You should be finishing breakfast because you got a shift soon. Fleet Lieutenant Vorov walks onto the bridge. Coffee and synthesized nutrients in hand, and goes to hand them to Lieutenant Revere, who's been pulling bridge duty for the last week as a shift, as an officer of the watch. So yeah, he'll go to hand you coffee and synthesized breakfast and say, "Thought you might want these, Lieutenant, seeing as gonna get off shift and go straight into a briefing."
Much appreciated. Is he like a lieutenant or?
His rank is Fleet Lieutenant.
Okay.
He's generally a staff officer that supersedes other lieutenants, but is not a command officer. He doesn't, unlike a lieutenant commander, he doesn't have the training or experience to command a vessel.
So do I just address him as like common terms as Fleet Lieutenant, Lieutenant, Sir?
Like commander, you would either do Sir or Lieutenant.
Okay.
Sorry, like Lieutenant Commander, unless you're standing on formality, it would either be Sir or Lieutenant.
Right. Very thoughtful, sir. Thank you.
He says, "Anything new come in over the last watch?"
GM, did anything new come in over the last watch?
You haven't got anything new. Been all quiet.
All quiet.
He goes to continue conversation when Signalman Alel puts her earpiece in and says, "Lieutenant, I have a incoming communication
on screen.
She says, the computers tagged the signal as a communication, but I am not receiving anything I can convert to an audio or video format. And I can barely tell that there is a signal present.
Hmm.
She turns around and
right?
says, you might want to see if the ensign is on duty yet. I'm not able to isolate anything here.
All right, just out of an overabundance of caution, while we see if Ensign Artana is up and about yet, quarantine that transmission, whatever it is, just in case. And then I'll press the button on the arm of the command chair. Revere to Artana.
Great for the GM. It's gamma shift. Would
You're
this be normal sleep time?
well, you get up some
I think we're
sometime
just before
before
shift
duty,
change.
because I assume you don't like roll out of your rack and then run straight to the bridge, right? So you like half an hour before shift starts. So I assumed you'd be in the mess with the other, like the doctor and Inverni and the other people who go on duty in Alpha shift, because this is 3-shift rotation, not 4-shift rotation.
Oh, okay.
That might, yes, if it was 4-shift, Gamma would be in the middle of the night.
I'll walk over to the to a wall. I'll excuse myself from the conversation I was having and walk over to the panel and click the contact. Eritana here. Go ahead.
Sorry to call you so early, Ensign, but we got a strange transmission coming in that, if you would, we'd like to get your eyes on.
All right. Standby 1. I'll be up in a moment.
Thank you. Revere out.
I kind of very quickly grab my plate and put it back into the recycler, into the synthesizer to pull it out, empty the fruit drink that was in there, leaving the rest to be discombobulated. Start walking over, put in my earpiece, and start tuning it into the ship's communication system. Any weird chatter going on while I'm walking over? Or just normal ship communications, computer readouts, that sort of thing?
No. In fact, at this time of day, the ship's relatively quiet.
Just the standard, like, so-and-so doing this, so-and-so doing that. Like, banal stuff.
Less than, because most people are
Yeah.
either at their meal or tidying up the last bit of their job for the day. So there's very few people talking to other people in the ship.
I'll step in. Sirs?
Morning, Ensign.
Morning, if you can
Signal
call it that,
Manila.
sir.
Signalman Alel has chosen to start yours off with a puzzle.
All right, Signalman, if you just gave me a puzzle you could have solved on your own, I'm going to be rather upset with you. Let's see what we're dealing with.
Alel says in a very matter-of-fact way, I would not requisition the assistance of a senior officer without appropriate action on my part.
That's for me to determine, Signalman.
She gives an affirmative nod because that is true. She clicks control over to your console and says the communication is isolated on channel 1.
Channel 1, preliminary report. What did you run into?
The computer picked up a incoming transmission and tagged it as a hail,
Okay.
but the signal is so weak that I struggle to find how the computer even justified it as a hail from background noise. I think I'm detecting a pattern that would suggest, or she says, I am uncertain if this pattern that has been detected indicates communication or is a random occurrence from background that has been incorrectly tagged.
So you suspect a technical fault on this. All right.
Mm,
Or
I suspect either I suspect either an unusual technical difficulty or perhaps a weak signal.
all right. Excuse me, Lieutenant. Just need to get over here. Thank you. Put over to the specialist, to the multi-console over here. I presume this has been isolated already? I look over at Revere.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Makes my job much easier. All right, just earpiece. Starts getting the multi-console set up to basically instead of just general communications. I'm hyper focusing it to pull apart the entirety of the communication.
Yeah. For I don't have 3-threat. That would make this like a half-threat episode.
And what is the threat count?
It is a 3-threat episode. So it's 12.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's worrying. Cool, no pressure.
2 momentum, which you don't have, or a control command or control engineering diff 2 to set up a isolated communications console.
Okay, I'll use control command, communication systems as a focus,
Yes.
or subspace theory, because that's more. I'm going more into the weeds here. But
You could make this a subspace analysis console because it could not be a communication. It could be something else that is in the subspace region. So I would take that as well.
yeah, I'll set it to more subspace theory. Um, and I will use my star cross to double my focus range, trying to generate momentum. So off of 2 dice. I'll hide their game, so I'm not going to put. That is beyond my range, unfortunately. Ship assist?
No, because this is just setting up the console.
Okay.
So you're setting up the ship to help you. Now you've got the control set up so the ship knows what to do when you ask it to.
What's the difficulty? Did I fall short? Am I crazy?
2, because you're setting up an advantage.
Oh shoot! I should have tried a bit. Well, I thought I was gonna nail. No, I fall short.
Could I assist?
You could, or I'd allow this task to be reattempted.
Wouldn't mind the assist out of just sheer time save sort of thing.
Yep. Let me see if I can't clear this up a bit.
Just need a little more
Control
power
command.
into the subspace substrate system, so should be able to
Good
pull
thing I
it
have
out if I get it
subspace
that way.
mechanics.
There's a lot of tasks hanging out there that from Harusk's late night replicator studies.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
So you have the advantage of subspace console. All right. The signalman passes the communication over, or they've already told you it's on channel 1. You hook that up to the console, and you can give me reason, engineering, or science, difficulty 4. Assisted by ships, computers, communications. No, it's no computers. Sorry, communications, in engineering or science, depending on if you're taking an equipment-focused approach or you're taking a like referencing the database focused approach.
I'll be referencing the database because there's probably something that's already in the vast amount of memory alpha knowledge that may already know about what we're looking at. I'll trust the computer to help me out.
Revere's finishes up his breakfast burrito and coffee.
Then I would allow you to use computers engineering instead of communications if you don't think it's an equipment problem or that boosting the equipment's going to be the solution. If you're just running it through the computer and comparing it to other things, then I think that would be computers.
Yeah.
You have one free hit.
Oh. Interesting.
Because of the subspace console.
Oh, right. And the ship will automatically roll a 1 because I'm a comms officer and the computer's helping. So that's 3 hits right out of the gate. So I just need to get 1 hit on my own. I have a focus, presumably, because that's why I set it up.
And I will note, because of the star date, I forgot to message this before the game. I was just looking at your sheet, but you no longer have the trait provisional.
Oh, I'll eliminate from the sheet.
As it's been more than 6 months.
Delete. Go. Yeah. One more than I needed.
You gain a momentum. And you can make out what the computer had picked up on, and you're able to match it through the records to find out why the computer thought this was important. And it's obviously not background information because you're able to isolate 2 parts of the communication. One of them would normally be in the header of a communication, Starfleet communication. Most of that you can't decipher, but there's one section that indicates Deep Space Relay 19, meaning the last place the communication passed through before it got to you was 19. For example, if it hit 20 or 21, that part would be updated in the communication to 20 or 21 respectively. The second thing is you detect further in the communication SS Tasmania. There is a lot more to the communication than that, but further deciphering would be momentum spins.
Well, the one momentum I'll ask just because I'll spend for just because I know it's important. Is this a distress call? Even if it's badly formatted.
No. You decipher more of the header. This is a important fleet status update transmitted originally from Starfleet Medical co-directed by the Commander-in-Chief's office to sorry, to the Vega Sector Admiralty down to the 10th Fleet and then down to 10th Fleet Scouting Squadron. So this communication is directed at you, but is a copy of a communication that you suspect went out to everybody in Starfleet, or at least every command in Starfleet.
So Airton is like leaning over at the eyepiece, looking at things, listening to the computer rattling off in his ear. Takes out a pad and starts like jotting notes on it, partially to make it so people can see the notes he's taking. So with Revere over my shoulder, you can see what I've written in there. That's what I'm kind of note taking.
The fleet
Gotcha.
lieutenant, or so Lieutenant Forav says, you might want to check your position, Revere. We shouldn't be near 19. We should be near 20. We may have
I was
drifted,
doing.
or our position may be incorrect if we're getting signals from 19.
Do we have a helmsman on the bridge currently?
Your helmsman is finishing up breakfast.
Okay.
Oh, actually, you do have no, because you don't have 3 shifts worth of comms people.
Okay.
You have Griffin who lays in courses that the ship follows automatically when she's off duty. And you have a navigator who assists her in that. They both are Alpha Shift people.
Okay. I'll go over to the nav console and see if I can't check our position.
Insight Con, difficulty 1, assisted by ships, computers Con.
Okay.
The thing is, our computer is amazing at that. It's amazing at computations.
Let's see what I do rolling flat. That's never my best. Yeah. Got it.
Chip didn't.
Your position is correct at 5 light years from relay 20, and 96 from 19.
Negative, Fleet Lieutenant. We're right where we're supposed to be. 5 lights from 20 and 96 from 19.
He says, that doesn't make sense. Why would 19 try to send us a communication?
I start looking that I start theorizing why that would happen in the computer.
Maybe something's happened with 20.
The computer do you ask the computer so that the computer makes the roll, or are you?
I'm working with the computer. I'm trying to figure out, through my knowledge of such a theory, why you would ever want to do that. Because there might be edge cases where that's a good idea, or that's something that had to happen.
Reason, engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by ships, computers, science.
Okay. Does the specialized console help me with this? because I'm doing subspace theory computations.
Um, no, because that your focusing will help you get to the answer,
Hmm.
but
It's not making it easier, it's making it
subspace is
possible.
not the. Yes, I would agree to that.
That's a whiff, unfortunately. Hmm.
It shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I'm trying to calculate from the computer why it would do that, but nothing's immediately coming out to me.
Revere will turn to Alel. Signalman Alel, please ping relay 20.
Hi, Lieutenant. One ping, relay 20, initializing, and you can hear the whole process, Arton, over your earpiece. It says exceeded acceptable response time by 50%, by 200%.
So unlikely
We have
anything's
reached the
wrong with
threshold
20.
where it is unlikely that the signal was received or there was an error in retransmission, Lieutenant.
I confirm.
Well, this does look like it's addressed to us, or at least actually, Fleet Lieutenant, to you. So can you clean it up, Artana?
I can try.
He says it's going to take us a while to get to 19 to, or at least even get in range to get a good signal. If this is important from Fleet, really got to put everything we've got into it.
Fleet Lieutenant, do you have any knowledge of Tasmania in the region? The name doesn't jump out at me. It's not part of our squadron, so.
He says, I'm not sure. It's not a Starfleet ship I'm aware of. Since I don't really have any time up here on the bridge very often, I don't really know all the ships that come across. Maybe Senior Chief Griffin might have an idea of ships in the area that we've crossed paths with.
Well, before we interrupt anyone else's breakfast, Artana, can you make out any sort of priority code?
I can't tell if it's a distress call, but I'll try to drill down through the.
Part of that was it's not a distress call. That's why I gave you that extra information.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, it isn't any sort of a distress call, but it may have some other priority. It's a matter of cleaning up the signal and deciphering what exactly it was trying to tell us. Give me a few minutes, I can give you a better answer, sir.
Thank you, Ensign.
And I'm going to try to, rather than spending momentum, I'm going to try to study the transmission and try to sift through it to try to learn more about what it was trying to say.
As you do that,
Captain on the bridge, Commodore on the bridge. Sorry.
Solaris, in casual conversation with Inverni and Griffin about the day's activities, come onto the bridge.
And at that point, I happened to insult his status as a mere gardener. I did not believe his profession was worthy of respect. Hello, Officer of the Watch, anything to report?
Morning, Captain Commodore. Yes, just a few minutes ago, we received a very attenuated and garbled transmission. Neither I nor Alel were able to make heads or tail of it, so I've called the ensign away from his breakfast. It appears that it is a fleet-wide update that is cycling its way down to us, but its last relay point was relay 19 when it should have been coming to relay 20. Relay 20 is operative, and apparently this message has something to do with a ship called the SS Tasmania, and it comes, at least from what Artana has been able to sort out thus far, from Starfleet fleet-wide, from Starfleet Medical and CNC.
I'll correct you. I may have misheard you, but you did not get a response from Relay 20.
Oh, I thought that was the ping.
They
the ping
did
was
ping it,
Tried to.
and they were
and
saying
this-
that they never got a response to the ping.
Oh, I thought that was okay.
Nope, she was saying it like the time that it's acceptable to wait had been exceeded by several times over.
Sorry, that was my misunderstanding.
Yeah.
So to retcon, we pinged relay 20 and received no response, so there may very well be a problem there. We are on Griffin. What's your current rank now? You still chief? Senior chief?
Great question. Still a senior chief, but yeah.
The senior chiefs, we're dead on the senior chief's course, about 5 lights from relay 20, 96 from 19.
No response from Relay 20. That might warrant investigation.
Agreed.
Griffin, do you know anything about a SS Tasmania?
Let me think. Do I, GM?
Insight con difficulty 2.
All right.
As you look back over your logs.
And I guess, assuming the captain has actually relieved me, I'll go get some sleep.
Yeah, she will say, you stand relieved.
Best part about Gamma Shift is I don't have to share my sleeping quarters. Everybody's at work.
Lieutenant Vorov will say, I'll go ahead and move our conference on fleet activities back a half hour, Commodore, if that works for you.
Commodore is like
I-
lost in thought for a second, and then she says, yes, okay.
Do I have a applicable focus, GM?
It would need to do with, yes, navigation.
Trait of renowned Starfleet crew.
No.
All right. Take a threat.
Ship's computers con.
Building the yeoman. Sorry. Here's con.
3 momentum gained. Yes, you show that you came within 2 light years of an SS Tasmania 3 weeks ago. Simple navigational pings to prevent collision or crossing each other's wake.
I have them on nav records, Captain. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Should be simple enough to locate the vessel if that's what command wants us to do.
Yes, begin attempting to find their current position. This message appears to involve them to some capacity.
priority of Relay 20 or the Tasmania?
Oh. They said 5 light years earlier. He said thing 20 is about 5 light years away, which I believe means we can get there pretty quickly.
That is correct. But
Um,
you also have 3 other ships if you need to split things up.
that we do. All right. She's going to say, yeah, she's going to say, communications, patch me through to the fleet and order. I'm just double checking which one has the highest engineering.
That would
We
be
ordered the
Syria.
USS Sirius to investigate the current status of Relay 20. Attempts to start calculating the current position of the Tasmania, and once that is calculated, enter a course to rendezvous with them.
Signalman LL says Sirius acknowledges and responds that they will investigate and report back.
Understood. Aratana, is there anything you can do to clean up this message further?
Currently working on it now, I say, as I'm staring down the eyepiece and crook my head every so often. I look up to nod, Commodore. I say as an afterthought, like I was in the middle of it, like, huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, she totally presumes that's what you're doing, but it's also being the nosy boss who's like, you have to do this.
And it's good for the record, because all bridge activities are recorded.
Ma'am, if I might,
You may.
if the relay post has gone out of order due to some hostile activity, the Sirius isn't exactly the best at defending itself.
Yes, it is unlikely that we will need the other 2 ships to defend ourselves. You raise a valiant point. We shall deploy signalman, amend that order. Order the Valiant Breaker to go along with them as escort.
Aye, Commodore. Communication acknowledged. They are deploying. Query from the Valiant Breaker Commodore on which ship is to take lead.
Who is the higher precedence of rank here?
That would be Commander Hidyet because he has done all of his service in Starfleet, where Commander Shlin only has been activated from the reserve. So he's been a commander for less time.
She will say, defaulting, we shall default to, default to the rules of seniority. Hidyat has, seniority.
Acknowledged. The ships are preparing to depart. I have added the extended task as we shift scenes. Aratana, you take most of your full shift to work through this communication. It's a progress track of 10, difficulty 2, resistance 4. And I might suggest moving to main computer or to the communications console is this is a matter closer to cryptography, kind of decoding and filling in blanks than it is investigating subspace. Being in main computer means there'll be like no difficulty increase for being, using the wrong computer or console or anything. But no particular advantage.
And I think Allele's relieved at this point by Lei Yang, because Allele was part of Gamma Shift.
No, we're on to Alpha Shift, and you're the Alpha Shift person.
Oh. I'll call Lei Yang to be up. Well, it takes up my whole shift. Besides, I'm listening to my ear. If Bridge needs me, they can always say, "Get up here," and I can hear it in my ear, and I'll be like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, the ship is a small ship. It is very rarely that all of the bridge crew are on the bridge at one time.
Yeah, most of these positions are not filled. Considering she doesn't have any immediate things to attend to, she will sit in the communications chair because she is an engineering of 4. And she will put the thing in her ear.
Assume that's in the scene guide.
You could suggest an approach. If you don't have an idea, then I'll give you the attribute and discipline.
Who is active on science right now? Is Kenji or Tamir active in the shift?
Alpha Shift. It's in Verney.
We're looking for someone with good science.
I take that back. Yeah, because right now, Kaufman is pulling Beta Shift Watch, and Revere's pulling Gamma Shift. So Inverney's on the Alpha Shift. But you always have the ability to pull people off shift. This is not a cruiser where that kind of thing is frowned upon. You often don't have a choice but to call someone up from their break or their time off.
Oh, it's an operation. Who do you have that's good at science? Because that's the approach. I'm thinking like mathematics and stuff like that. Going at it from a scientific approach.
It's actually Revere. I even have like the amateur cryptographer trait.
Yeah, because the Inverney's the only through and through science officer. The others are operations specialists. Harusk has a bit of science, but no applicable focus. You might be looking for Kithrell. Kithrell has a science of 3 and subspace communications technology, so they don't have a focus for exactly what you're doing, but it may come into play if you make enough progress on the task. Or at least they might be able to use it at complication.
I want to be assisting someone else. Revere, you mind helping me? Well, would Revere helping me affect his sleep? Because I don't want to give him penalties later in the episode.
You know what time of the day you've hit when you need that, but
you don't know how much you don't know. I mean, it could. That is not
catnap.
Something I could give an answer to yet.
But also, if this is a distress call, maybe it's our least.
I know it's not, though. That's the thing.
A bit sleepy. Oh, okay.
If it was, I'd be calling yellow alert. And I'd be pulling every lever of power. Now I'm being very tepid because I'm like, I don't want to be pulling the emergency lever when it's not really emergent, but I also want to be efficient.
Question solved. There's your science officer who's on shift. Just showed up.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, hello.
As Bernie shows up in the computer room.
Sorry, I'd forgotten we had anybody in this game that wasn't in NORAM. I warned my
Uh,
other game, but
Catch you up. We received at the start of the shift a strange, a barely understandable message, and we are currently attempting to decode it. Or, well, there's an extended task that Artana is attempting to decode it, and they've called upon you for help.
Well, they were looking for someone who was good at science and mathematics, and I may have jumped the gun. They may not ask for Inverni's help. I was only suggesting that because
Inverni's the
Inverni
best
has-
scientist on the boat. I will trust. It's like, no, our science officer. It's like, no, come here. I tried it my way. I need to try it a different way.
Yep. So the task is to clean up the communication. It's progress track of 10, difficulty 2, resistance 4, and you can suggest what approach you're taking.
Clean
Right
it
now,
up.
it seems like we're being pushed towards reason science.
Yeah.
I give a bonus to assisting people with extended tasks, so it's better for me to be assisting somebody.
And I would take computer science as a focus.
I was just looking at that one, being
And
like,
your
this
trait of
seems appropriate.
informatology will give you a free hit.
Oh, lovely.
The ship will assist with computers science.
Lovely. What was the difficulty I'm looking at here?
It's in the
2.
Discord.
2. Oh, okay. Now, as much as I'd be like, I can do that, just roll. We've seen the disastrous consequences of that before. So I will grab 1 with the momentum.
Roger.
Okay.
Yep.
So far, that's 2 momentum gained.
And
Oh no, do you get a second die?
no, it's just rolling 2 by accident.
Okay, I thought that was you. Sorry.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the ship being
So now we
shitty.
just need Artana's actual roll.
Subspace theory or communication systems to assist.
Communication systems.
Engineering then, reasoned engineering.
Yes. Okay, so that's 3 on a diff 2, 1 momentum gained. And what's your science, Inverni?
4.
So no work being done currently.
+1 because I'm assisting. I increase intensity because I'm helping somebody.
Okay,
That's from.
so you are doing 1.
That's from, just so I'm not cheating.
And
Coordinated
you
efforts.
had your trait of informatology, which is so you've gained 2 momentum and done 1 work out of 10.
Isn't it 2 work out of 10? Because we're 2 over.
No, the work comes from his science
right.
plus yeah.
Right. You're right.
Yes, downside is not intensity, but
You could use the 2 momentum to do extra work, or you could try to create a trait that would help target resistance or difficulty.
or spend a determination to get intense scrutiny and ignore the resistance. Next roll.
Okay, actually, I'm thinking of something.
Oh, actually, sorry. That's a good.
Yes.
That's it. Hold on. That's a good thing to point out because I was going to do that thing again where y'all don't get to know the whole directives for the whole episode, and I forget. But now, you do know 2 of the directives for the episode, and I'm updating them. They are to investigate the inactive subspace relay and investigate the SS Tasmania. Anyways, back to how you want to spend those 2 momentum.
I was considering to And the very short answer is patent seeking brain go we. Long answer is that you said it was a degraded, right? That's the problem we're having here.
Yes.
Is that essentially the manner and causes of degradation are, or not
At
necessarily the
this point,
causes.
you could infer it's due to extreme distance.
Yeah, but extreme distance should have a relative. God damn it! I just woke up. If you couldn't tell, so my bullshit brain is not quite functional. Either way, that there is a pattern that can be essentially run back to help with. Okay, this is what we
I'll
expect
take
to be missing here.
I'll take that you create a pattern recognition algorithm.
Yes. Something that's like, okay, this should be broken like this here. It's like, okay, great. So that helps us with resistance.
All
We
right.
have something to compare it to. That was the plan. We have one momentum left, but
Well, that would
resistance
take
is
both your momentum.
We had one.
We still had.
We had one left over.
Oh, you had one on the table. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So resistance 3, great.
Yeah, it's really weird because it should have gone to relay 20, but relay 20 just didn't respond, so 19 had to pass it, and that's way out of our relay. We're lucky to even hear this.
Hmm. That is a whole other concern,
Yeah.
which could be really minor if it was just a interference or something in the way. We'll spend a momentum for the third.
Okay.
And do the same sort of thing again, although hopefully, with more hits this time. Yay.
The
Okay,
exact same
ship.
3 hits. With your
4 hits.
geology, that's 2 momentum gained. And you do 2 work because you have 1 more than resistance, and Artana boosts you. So you're at 3 out of 10.
Well, slow and steady wins the race, sir. We are drilling through this.
Yes.
I have not had to clean up a message like this since Narhal, and even then, I wasn't the guy cleaning it up. I wasn't supposed to be, anyway. I'm very grateful to Mars Technical Academy's subspace theory classes. Makes this make way more sense to me. As opposed to just randomly flipping switches and hoping I'm right.
Randomly flipping switches could be quite disastrous.
It was. I got yelled at quite a bit.
I'm sure I'm going to stay on the safe side and not spend any to make more progress
Okay.
so that I can not give you threat.
Yeah.
As a boon to everyone else, this is my gift.
Appreciate it. We're in a 3-threat game, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey.
Actually, yeah, I was going to say, on that note, did you take threat from my existence?
I have not.
There you go.
Wait, I didn't. There we go.
See, I've contributed enough by that as it is.
You want to wax repeat the roll?
Yes. Yeah, because I don't want to spend a determination to just. Oh.
Mhm.
I could do that, couldn't I? I could be. The design could be very human. I could just make a ton of momentum.
I hang on to the big gun for later because we don't know what we're running into.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the funny option. It's not
Yeah.
the appropriate option. God damn it. Oh, and those are both 5s as well. Great. Love to see it.
So that is 4 successes. Do you want to keep that complication or give me threat?
Hmm. What do you think, Artano?
Complication. I thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. You do 2 more work, which gets a breakthrough. The breakthrough is that you have identified all of the places that information is missing from the transmission, and you know how to calculate from what's left what should be there. So it's only a matter of time before you crack it. So the resistance is down to 2. With pattern recognition algorithm, it's effectively down to 1.
I'll save us a lot of time, sir. No, it's just playing a terrible game of fill in the word. And numbers. And diagrams. Look of dread. And then continue
potential.
working.
Dialect of language, potentially. And mannerisms.
Actually, now that you've pulled it down, you mind assisting me with this latter half? Because I think I can fill it out pretty quickly from here. I can get I can get, now that the computer's all set up, I can just, all I have to do is raw crunch it through.
Mm-hmm. We could certainly do that.
We're all crunching it like a vegan on holiday.
Would this fall under, could this fall under focused communication systems?
Yes.
I'll follow my superior's lead and just buy a single die.
Vacation on holiday is also raw crunching.
And the ship automatically rolls 2.
Following that lead very
Just-
closely.
I just need
I
your
did
assist,
press
sir.
the button. There it is.
There it goes. Holy heck. That's 5 total.
The ship.
Ship doesn't roll because I I
okay.
auto 1 with computers or
Oh,
communications.
lovely.
It's just that your computer's better than your science is better than my engineering. I can buff you, but now that resistance is low, I can drill successes. Fortunately, I only generate. Oh no, 2 work, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
What's your science?
Oh, I clicked engineering. My science is actually 2. I presumed engineering by accident. Does that change my roll? Hold on. 9. I would have hit it anyway.
Yeah, then
I generate 1.
1, and you don't boost yourself, right?
No, I have to be assisting somebody else. But with that extra momentum, I'm going to try to pull down the difficulty by creating a trait that I start looking up or consulting known computational forms that are in like for communications officers. Like if you run into if you're trying to fill in an existing thing, here's the procedure you do. So it's like doing the reading, except it's more of a, well, no, there's ways that communication people know to do. And now that I know what the problem is, I'm like, oh, well, now I know what book I need. I know I know what protocol I should be using to try to speed
I'll
this
take
up.
2 for that.
As I pull out a full pad and start reading it and tapping it along. Poor man did the reading.
Yeah. Well, add a trait of standard comms procedure.
And try one more time. If I max out the momentum, I'm just gonna hand it. The next roll, I'll hand it off to you. That way, you have a ton of momentum sitting on your lap. Bang. That's 3 so far.
If the button would like to acknowledge that I have pressed it, that would be great. There it is, unfortunately. Ooh. Bad. Oh.
We had another breakthrough line. I think it's like 1/2 and 3/4 or something like that. Or my full. Well, it isn't always that. So.
I think it's, for some reason, I have 80% in my head. But it may be 3/4. That would be an easier number to keep track of.
But
So how sorry, this got you to
let's get me to
7.
7. Yeah.
I think you need one more hit.
Okay.
To get the next breakthrough. Because I don't think it's 70%. I think it's
75.
either 75 or 80 or something like that.
All right, sir. I think if you're able to help me with this one last computation, I think we should have it. The computer should be able to autofill it for us. I'll assist you with it, sir. Try to make sure the computer plays nice with you.
That'd be appreciated. Sure, let's... This is unique. Oh well, unique problems. Momentium. Ah, yes, there we go. That's where it's that's where it's been hiding. Okay.
All the momentum.
Well, I guess we get questions.
What is that on a diff 2? That's
Diff 1 now.
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 momentum gained.
And is that including the +1 from Inverni existing informantologist?
Yes.
Okay. So 7. Yeah, no, 6. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, we have 3 float at the end of the rainbow.
And I think you, with Inverni's help, clear up the track.
I mean, Vernie on his
Alright,
own
okay.
does 3, and then I go one more beyond it.
Indeed.
Right, so if we follow that procedure, and then we twist this switch, that toggle, and this data tape, and there it goes. It's always nice to have a computer do what you tell it to do.
Best I can
Unless
do is
it's just
steal your
pretending.
job.
One day we won't need crewmen anymore. They'll just have automated ships flying around in space.
Yes, we're just a few years away from the M5 experiment.
I think that'll go
Yeah,
well.
certainly
I mean,
makes-
all the readings on it, that sounds great.
It is
ChatGPT,
Dr.
please
Daystrom.
help me solve this moral quandary.
And it is Dr. Daystrom in charge, after all.
Yeah, it almost feels like overkill for Daystrom to be the one doing it. But hey, you know what? If you want best results, get the best guy. So
Oh.
have you met the new yeoman yet, sir?
Assuming it's actually been like months or something, or weeks at least. Yes. Da-da-da. Hero, correct? Yes.
Yes. Not nearly as closely devoted to the Commodore as her predecessor, but
Maybe she'll stay alive longer.
What can be assumed is an interesting history from them. Or at least interests.
well, the command track, the operations track, and command assistance track at the Mars Technical is produces interesting individuals in the enlisted ranks. I'm just gonna start a ship newsletter, announcing events and so on. Feels a bit much for a ship this small, but to her interests.
Somebody's jealous he didn't think of it first.
We tend to be aware of ships' events because someone's always on the next bulkhead and can hear it happening. And whoever that is never seems to know or be able to not tell someone else.
I used to see it back on Narhal, same thing. It's a lot of mostly it's like a special event going on, special recognition day of so and so or such and such. Basically a glorified bulletin board, but the yeoman feels like she could do it and her regular duties. It's not my place to tell her no, so. Although I'm becoming more aware of the various holidays that are celebrated across the Federation than I ever thought I would be. I did not know there was this many holidays. And then there's sub-holidays because of split-offs and schisms and...
I should not introduce her to the idea of Italian holidays.
I'm just waiting for...
You should see the fully decoded message under handouts, CNC Starfleet Communication.
Oh, there it is.
There.
Cyano plague on Kate. Oh.
Only Caitians affected.
Stop and search order. Oh, that's great. That's
Sorry, the subject line ran into the actual body.
Yeah.
Cleared it.
I upload this into a pad and then hold it out to you. Unless you want me to hand it to the captain. Sir?
I mean, you are the communications officer.
Thank you, sir. You're so generous, sir.
Like, said with a smirk and everything.
Anything we want to use these things for? We kind of blew it out of the water.
Yeah, I'm like, there's not even questions I can get from that.
How old is this
Oh, wait.
message?
Yeah.
The original transmission left Earth five weeks ago. It hit relay 19 4 weeks ago, and should have gone through the entire relay system in that time. So it should have hit you as soon as it hit relay 1.
Because it would have gone
but
1
it
to
did
20 almost instantly, but instead it went 119 and then had travel time of 19 to us.
Yes.
Does it have a listed reason in the subtext for failure to reach 20?
No, because it
wouldn't be
reached
from the message
19.
itself.
Oh,
But like a bounce message or a
Like an error
failure.
yeah, there's an appended error message in the footer that no additional relays detected, forwarding directly.
And I guess the last question that may be asked is how high a priority is this? Is this like a priority 1, everyone drop what you're doing, scramble, or is it more of a it's an urgent but
The priority on this could only be superseded by by wartime priorities. So unless the Federation is actively being invaded, there is no higher priority.
Sir, I nod as we both discover that, and I walk straight to the bridge with a rather brisk pace.
Yeah. Yes.
I imagine we can jump forward to a scene where the Commodore brings in all the senior officers.
Yeah, I will say I had asked the helmsman to try to track the location of the ships. Or are we already on our way to there? Or we're gonna handle that after?
We will handle that as part of.
Understood. So yeah, she will have assembled her senior staff, and Revere is definitely a part of this. Okay.
tiny.
He's just a house
The
cat.
psionic plagues makes you shrink. It's normal.
It makes them even cuter. Oh my god.
Can I hear
Yeah.
the yeoman? There's the yeoman.
There's the yeoman.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll say, thank you all for coming. I appreciate the works of Lieutenant Laverne and Ensign Aratana for decoding this message. The two of you are aware, but the rest of you will now be made aware that we have an urgent priority communique from Starfleet Command. And she kind of lays out on the table the order that's been written here. And she says, there has been an outbreak of psychic plague on Kate. Only Caitians are affected by it. All Caitians are to be forbidden from approaching the system. And the ship believed to have transported Patient Zero there, the SS Tasmania, is wanted for immediate apprehension and suspicion to this event. It is our top priority to find the heading of the ship and find the heading of the ship and move to intercept them. While we cannot know this for certain until the Neptune and until the Sirius and Valiant Breaker return, I believe this is of high likelihood as well that they, on their way out of the area, destroyed a relay in order to make it slower and harder for them to be caught up with. Any questions?
Is that last bit speculation or knowledge, sir?
Speculation. It will be impossible to know until the Sirius returns.
Griffin, you can give me Reason Con difficulty 3 as you can deliver your part of the briefing.
Cool. Will do. Also, shouldn't Ensign Kaufman be here?
Oh, you are correct.
Con,
It's the back to
location
the
of the focus.
senior.
I'll
There's an explosion in officers. There used to only be 3. Now there are lots.
yeah.
Starfleet
3
being
momentum
top heavy.
to roll 4 dice.
1,
Focus
2.
in navigation.
Yes.
Well, any ship assist?
Yes. Computers Con.
Bam.
Nice.
Okay.
So 3 momentum gain or 2 momentum gained. Griffin, you can report that you know that you have a log from a week ago as the flagship of the squadron that's patrols this area. You receive a lot of reports, even if they're not directly relevant to your mission. And you received you look deep in the ship's records and find a navigational notice from relay 19 that SS Tasmania was in the area and requested and its computer requested automatic navigation data. And you have one you have another one from the USS Greater Andoria, a battle cruiser passing through the area on the way to this Sixth Fleet area of operations. They passed through just before this SS Tasmania did. And they also, you have a record also from Relay 20 for them. You don't have any Relay 20s updates after the Greater Andoria, and the Tasmania was only 6 hours behind the Greater Andoria. So that's what you're able to find. And this is headed back into your area from the core of the Federation. This is not headed out. So they were headed in your direction.
Okay. And then
a
is
week
that
ago.
on? So those are all pretty close to the navigational records we have of them passing just outside of like our contact range.
No, you dug up the one from when they were headed out of your area like several months ago.
What sort of space frames they in Greater Andoria? Doesn't sound like one of the Connies.
So
No, it's a contemporary of the Bellerophon. It's like in its 95th year of service.
so the
It is large. It is as large as a Constitution, but far outdated, like technologically outdated.
Should be called the Verbal
It
Andoria.
was the quick service record shows that it was the first scale 4 warship commissioned for Starfleet after Andoria agreed to participate in Starfleet.
So and the Tasmania requested the automatic nav update from Relay 19 months ago, right?
No.
Okay.
Months ago, the Tasmania crossed within a light year of the Andromeda and automatically said, "Hey, don't bump into me." And the Andromeda said, "Same back, right? Don't bump into me."
Right.
And then a week ago, the Greater Andoria passed into your area of operations, and Relay 19 said, "Hey, Greater Andoria passed into your area of operations." And then Relay 20 said, "Hey, Greater Andoria is in your area of operations." Only 6 hours later, it said, right, 6 hours after each of those events, it said, "Hey, SS Tasmania is entering your area of operations." And then it didn't say anything 6 hours after Tasmania passed, 6 hours after Greater Andoria passed Relay 20. And you expect it would have.
So
We can only presume, based off of this evidence, it is highly likely that they sabotaged Relay 20 in attempts to cover their escape.
So was the Andoria, when we got the Greater Andoria was passing Relay 20, was that going away from us or coming towards us?
No, that was coming towards you. The only
Okay.
event that was away from you was months ago when you just happened to pass the Tasmania.
Okay.
But everything
So,
else we've talked about is coming towards you away from the core of the Federation.
but also, Captain, that could equally mean, Commodore, that could equally mean that the Tasmania never made it to Relay 20.
There's also little reason to suspect the Tasmania is acting in malice.
Does the Tasmania have any weapons on it, or does it have? I've heard of some freighters having base phasers for like basic mining and defense. I don't know if this one does.
Insight security difficulty 2.
Focus of shipboard tactical weapons.
Yes.
I'll grab a momentum. What's the difficulty 2? Sorry.
Yes.
It's a 2, yeah.
2.
You know what? Just to make sure I hit it, I'll grab 3 momentum. Just to buy. Good, I got them back.
3 momentum gained. In fact, relay 20's automated protection system exceeds the energy output of the phasers on the standard type freighter that the Tasmania is supposed to be.
Yeah, Coppin can correct me here, but whatever that freighter, if that freighter did sabotage the Relay 20, it wouldn't be able to just blow it up. It doesn't have the capacity to. It isn't armed well enough to take on the automated defense system. It would have to splice into it.
Kaufman will
crashed into
back
it?
you up and say, if anything, I would put money on Relay 20 in a gunfight.
Hmm.
Its automated defense system, if determining the freighter is hostile, could probably severely damage it.
Actually, question for you, GM, just to make sure I'm on the same page. The relay, is it like a relay station or is it like an automated like relay bauble? Like
It is an automated relay, but it's also supposed to have a limited capacity to defend itself in time of war. Like it wouldn't defend itself against a cruiser,
Mhm.
but against like
a pirate.
a commandeered civilian vessel or like a fighter, it should be able to basically use the equivalent of relying on the computer to make the rolls and having it like a single phaser. It doesn't have torpedoes or anything. It has like a single automated bank.
Yeah.
Given course and speed of the Tasmania when it queried Relay 19 for directions, would its course at that point in time have taken it directly to Relay 20? Or would it have had to change course?
I'll take that for momentum spend.
Ba-doop. Welcome to the void of nothing.
Mhm.
Yes, that is redundant. Aha. Virgil spelt with an E.
You run out of names if you name planets long enough.
I'm just saying Vulcan has plenty of names for stuff. We just add more numerals.
Vulcan has
after
plenty
names.
of numbers for
Yeah.
stuff.
Hey, the SR numerical system worked, all right? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Narhal, we just named it after guys around the planet, so, you know. I guess, yeah, you'd run out of guys to name it after. You know, add some juniors in there. Son of so-and-so.
This is the straight line course you plot.
Da-da.
Do you not see the? Oh, sorry. No, hold on. I put it on the wrong layer.
Ah, never had that happen.
Revere says, do we know the crew complement of the Tasmania? Not just the number of souls aboard, but what species? I mean, if this was a ship full of Caitians and the plague was already aboard, it is possible that rather than direct assault on 20, they might have gone off course.
It's entirely possible.
What's the scale for this map?
Needs to be 1 light year per square.
Those light years are incorrect.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be times 10.
Okay.
10 light years, 20. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
because
so, but not,
it's
but
like
not.
90 between those two.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
like 5 light years from here.
It's not an unreasonable distance for them. Okay. Then she's going to say, Griffin, based off of this course and speed, can you make an inference as to possible destinations for the ship?
I can give you a probability cone, Captain, but with only a
I
single measurement, it's
take 2 momentum as there are 2 possibilities.
assuming they were setting for a specific destination within that cone. Here's what I've got as possibilities.
Bup,
Start that.
but up. I said but up, darn it. Both of you, get out. Get out. Thank you. No.
No.
How did, what? What? Oh, I have to refresh.
Wonderful.
I'm okay.
Um,
I just had a floating momentum on the board.
assuming no deviation from their course as measured by relay 19, I could expect them to encounter the well. With potential for deviation, they could also be heading to Tethnicore, assuming they changed course somewhere around relay 20 or earlier.
Yeah, because Relay 20 didn't give you any course direction, so you don't know if they stayed on course or changed.
What do we know about those
Understood.
two areas?
That was going to be my next question. What do we know?
So you know a little bit for free about Tethnicore.
Because it's relay 21.
Yeah, not only did y'all survey it and put the relay there, but Tethnicore is the place you encountered the USS Fisher and the Klingon cruiser that it was locked in a undeclared or declared war in. They weren't aware the war had ended.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Does that system have any inhabited planets in it? I
No.
believe no. Okay. What about the well?
Oh no,
Are
sorry. It does have one.
Okay.
One planet, and that is a pre-warp planet. Last you detected, they were in a global conflict, but had not yet had discovered modern industrial practices, but not atomic technologies.
Okay. And what do we know about the well?
Since you have no momentum, Griffin can
we should
give
have one.
me. Oh, do you have one?
Yeah.
Okay. For that, the well is a massive star that warps that bends space enough that it's a navigational hazard. It does have one very distant orbiting rocky world and one very distant gaseous world.
And I take it neither are inhabited.
No,
Okay.
not according to record.
Based off of my own understanding of timetables, when do you think, or when would I assume I might hear something from the Sirius and the Valiant Breaker?
In the middle of this briefing.
Okay.
Um,
That's convenient.
it normally is.
Yep.
You hear from the bridge. You see, the Commodore. You see a light come on your desk because during time like this, they'd know to signal you rather than interrupt.
She'll say, as the crew are discussing possibilities, she'll say, "Excuse me for a moment," and she'll, put a hand over the speaker as if that'll to cup it, as if that will do anything, and then she flips the hail and says, "The Commodore is here."
Commodore, this is the bridge. We've received a report from the Sirius. Signs of damage from plasma type weapon. Recovered charred portion of memory tapes. Tapes show sudden appearance of attacker, no sign of incoming warp traffic before sudden attack with plasma weapon.
Asthma weapon. Who uses those?
Understood. Do they have an estimated time for when this attack might have happened?
Not included in transmission. I can request that information. Turnaround time approximately 9 hours.
Do not bother. If they have further information, they shall inform us of it in due time. She looks to the rest of the group and says, of all the manufacturers of ships that might be in this area, who of them employs plasma weapons? Because I find it unlikely that this local civilian freighter had access to such weaponry.
Unless it's more than it seems. What about the Greater Andoria?
Well, they'd be using banks just like the Bellerophon, really. No need to go
Kaufman
outside of
says, Ensign Artana's right. Upgrade in around 2210, they transitioned from phased pulse weapons to phasers, but no plasma weapons.
Also
Ship had
exceedingly
to be
odd that
retrofitted with torpedoes, as I recall.
also exceedingly odd that there was no indication of a vessel in the area before the attack. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the relay station's basic defensive and sensor nets are more than capable of picking up warp signatures incoming. Or
Yes, it is. It's
Sorry.
a fascinating problem. The basic function of the relays like that is to detect warp signatures to avoid navigational hazards. For them to not notice an attacker before this already occurred seems highly unusual.
Kaufman looks over at Aratana. Oh no, sorry, I take that back because Kaufman used to be an engineer, not a security officer. Actually, she will look over and she'll say, Ensign, when you were providing training for my position, you mentioned one of our missions faced a similar weapon. I don't recall the details because I was still in engineering. But you did mention a plasma weapon.
Commodore, may I? I point at your computer.
And she steps away and says, by all means.
I'll start running through the ship's computer, trying to narrow down which mission it was.
Reason command, difficulty 0, assisted by computers command.
Snow. Well, I succeed because it's 0, and I get 2 from the computer.
Complication or threat?
A complication.
Okay.
Because my earpiece reduces complication, but I think minimum complication range is always 1. I don't think it can ever.
Yes, I don't think you can reduce it to 0.
Yeah.
You're looking in universe. You pull up the captain's log for stardate 1069.2 out of universe. This would be in silent service. The first episode of season 2, which is 1700 stardates in the past. Closer to the beginning of the game than now. So a whole 2 3/4 years ago, or 1 3/4 years ago.
I upload it into a pad and then hold it out to the captain.
So you'll remember that you were attempting a slim sensor approach to a known pirate haven of Harrier's Perch. And during that time, you were going there to try to recover a Vulcan monk in his research into plasma manipulation, and you were attacked by a unidentified ship that had a very primitive implementation of his research.
And the ship wasn't on our sensors until it attacked, I don't think.
It kept appearing and disappearing at will.
I think we may have a return of our previous combatant.
Yes, and she reads the log and says all of the details line up. A ship that that can seemingly appear and disappear at will. The use of plasma weaponry. I believe you may have found our murderer here, our culprit here.
The fleet lieutenant speaks up and says, "But what's the connection to the Tasmania and Kate?"
They may not be connected. They may be circumstantial. Some pirates with a test to see if their weapons are formidable may decide to take shots at one of our relays. And in the meantime, we have a crisis of a ship running in a certain direction. They may be related, but I would caution to forming connections that we can't substantiate.
It's also possible that the ship was a victim of the whatever actor this was. As our records of the ship disappear at this point, it's entirely possible they suffered an attack by these plasma weapons, just as the relay did. It's possible to know without further evidence.
We may wish to advise the rest of the squadron, as well as the Greater Andoria, of a possible hidden attacker in the region.
Yes.
That'll be slightly more difficult without the relay station.
When we were at so knowing now what the mission that where we've seen this plasma weapon before, can we can Revere, because we got probes of there were freighters in that same system. Any chance that any of those freighters matches what we know about the Tasmania?
Oh, good thinking.
Like, even if it wasn't listed as Tasmania at the time,
Right.
they may have a similar energy signature that gives away that they actually were the Tasmania.
Half-ass notes for the win.
Reason con or engineering difficulty 2.
Okie dokie. I, of course, will take engineering.
And this would
I can
be
assist with
the
that
only
point.
focus that would apply would be starship recognition.
Yeah.
We'll
Take a
get that at
threat
some
for
point.
bold. I wonder if I have anything else that might. Nope. Okay. So pick a bold for third die, and there we go.
1 momentum gained. 2 momentum gained. The the SS Tasmania is supposed to be a new conversion of or a recent conversion of the USS Eden, a directly Starfleet ran transport that was sold off to the civilian sector. But you have a record here that matches the energy output, hull form, markings, well, not markings because you don't have video of it, but reported by your last navigational bump with them a couple of months ago that matches a ship at the time called
Its name is so unspeakable that we can't even understand it in our language.
named the Great Falcon, a known a vessel known to have engaged in criminal enterprise, and believed originally believed to be lost. The ship was originally registered as lost and unrecoverable, but then showed up engaging in pirate activity, and it matches the description and the readings of the Tasmania.
Tasmania isn't the Tasmania. I'll upload that to pad and hand it to the Commodore. That's just one of those freighters that were in the pirate system same time we were attacked by the plasma weapon.
So either some
this-
idiot. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This reduces the chances of these two events being unrelated to basically zero. The chances of the ships being there being two different ships present here at the same time is extremely unlikely. They have to be linked in some unknown capacity.
Well, same place, same time, Commodore. It's entirely possible a bunch of idiots bought something at a black market station and then decided who cares about health and safety and put down a very dangerous, undeclared substance onto Kate. But security evaluation, I shrug like I know that's not normally a thing. Security evaluation, if you were going to coordinating at a black market station is not a terrible idea.
Whether it was intentional criminality or criminal neglect, I still believe they are involved to some degree.
Oh, yes.
And she's going to write up she's going to write a notice for the fleet that's just going to say be advised that be advised that the Andromeda has evidence that the Relay 20 was attacked by an unknown assailant with plasma weapons and an ability to disappear off of sensors, and that the USS Tasmania appears to be related to the USS Great Falcon, a known criminal ship, and that everyone on the fleet should be on high alert for any information relating to these two things, and be on alert for any possible further attacks from this vessel. And going to send that to the Neptune, and even if it'll take many hours, she wants to send it to both the Sirius and the Valiant Breaker, and also onto the rest of the fleet.
And the greater.
Okay.
Also, we probably want to append, Commodore, the our decryption. They may not have decrypted it as fast as we did.
Yes, and sure, we can include the
You would
decryption.
expect that no one further away than exactly your position would have any possibility of doing so.
Okay, then we will also send this. Then I'll also inform communications to send all of this information down the chain both ways. Even if
Commodore
it'll
will
take a
do.
while. Okay. Okay. So what do we think out of character? Should we continue down the line hoping to catch them at the well or the Klingon system, or should we go to Relay 20? Because I'm not entirely sure myself.
Well, Relay 20 is on the way to both of those places.
Isn't it the opposite way?
They diverge.
Okay.
The well's one
Yeah,
way,
but I mean-
the 21's the other way.
Yeah, they diverge around Relay 20.
Okay,
Yeah.
then she'll order the ship to Relay 20, and then we'll decide from there.
Vorov says, well, I hope for our sake that these are related, because if it comes down to it, we might have to ignore this phantom. The orders we received are priority 1. Without wartime orders, we might have to give up this phantom to take care of the problem with Kate.
I agree with you. However, keep in mind that if this unknown vessel is attacking a act of extreme hostility against the Federation.
He says, it is. I know that if you got to make the decision between protecting the relays and following through on this priority order, whichever you decide, you're going to want to make sure you note it down for the JAG office real well. Because someone's not going to be happy whichever decision is chosen.
Yeah, Solora says, in a way that a human might joke, but a Vulcan means completely seriously. I do not need any further reasons for the JAG office to be angered with me.
I believe that's not in the table anymore.
That's why you get
However,
the
I
fancy
do think-
bands.
However, I do think that a freighter from the whatever system, combined with the type of energy weapon that we've only seen in that same system, that's a bit too many coincidences for me to
Correction. The plasma weapon thing was not in the Technicore system.
No, in the
Roost system, Haven's Roost. What was it called?
No,
yeah,
that Harrier's Perch is not in a star system intentionally. It's just in deep space
right.
No,
because
but
it's
he's saying-
supposed to be so far from everything that you can't just show up.
Yeah, that was a player mistake, but
Yeah.
basically the freighter from Harrier's Perch,
Yes.
which is also the only other place we've encountered this type of plasma weapon. That's a little bit,
Mhm.
it's a little bit beyond coincidence to my mind, but it's only
Mhm.
one way to
Mhm.
find out.
A bird and a lion both go to the same lake. Are they related?
Hmm.
One specific bird and one specific lion in a universe of tens of millions of lakes.
I'm just cautioning against seeing connections that aren't there. That's how we get into speculation beyond our understanding.
And if we have
Understood.
reached a conclusion before witnessing it,
We change scenes.
Boop-a-doop. Well, question is which way we're going. We're going to relay 21 essentially, or
Oh, let
20.
me
21, yeah.
no.
No.
20. The divergence point is so you're basically indistinguishable from relay 20 on this map.
Right.
And so you're heading there. The change there's also not too far after relay 20 is where you'd make the decision if you're going towards the well or Technicore.
Well, that's my question. Where are we going?
Relay 20 to catch up with the Sirius and the Valiant Breaker.
Also,
You don't
up
have to
actually
make you don't have to
place.
make the next decision until you reach relay 20. You don't
Okay.
Mhm.
yeah, you're heading from slightly inside the outer side of this yellow circle to inside the yellow circle.
And it's a
right
hop
now,
skip.
because-
They're not that far away from us.
Yeah, no.
Understood.
Probably lay in that course then, Captain.
Yes, engage.
Yeah, we move to the next scene and we pick up as you arrive in the area of relay 20. As you come out of warp, the communications catch up between you and the Sirius. Sirius hails.
On screen.
Commander Hidyat shows up on screen and says, Commodore, we received all of your communications a few hours ago. To answer your query, it looks like it's been about a week since this relay was been destroyed.
Out of character, how long ago did the Great Andoria pass through here?
The times are close, but you don't have exact. They could match up, but
Okay, it's ambiguous.
It could be a day or they could be plus or minus a day, right?
Okay.
But it's close. He says, I wasn't sure what other decision you'd want me to make. You should be receiving my communication I sent a couple hours ago now that you're out of warp. The I directed Commander Shalin to take the Valiant Breaker. We detected a warp signature within this same range as Tasmania. It could be a different vessel, but it was definitely the right type of signal. But I didn't know where you would be, so I decided to maintain position.
I'm sorry, I kind of zoned out for a second. What did he say? I apologize.
He detected a warp signature that could be the Tasmania, but
Did not pursue?
it's not guaranteed.
Mhm.
No, he sent the Valiant Breaker,
Oh, okay.
but he stayed
Uh,
because he didn't know where you were going.
Okay. Have you heard anything since from the Valiant Breaker?
No, well, their regular update. But they're still in pursuit.
And where's that GM relative on this map? Are they still around the area of?
Oh, sorry, I was supposed to move y'all back here.
Okay.
But yes, the quickly checking the flight path, it would map up with the one headed towards the well.
Makes sense. If you're running for it, you don't want to stay within Federation space any longer than you have to.
It does make sense.
And if you're up to
And
something, that's a perfect system to have a small base or outpost.
yes, its its SAS' navigational hazard makes it unappealing for people to be sticking their nose in your business. I concur. I do not like the idea of that ship going up against a vessel with these abilities alone. The rest of the fleet is going, and she listens to the Singleman and says, order the rest of the fleet to follow behind us. We are going to chase after the Valiant Breaker.
Aye, Commodore.
I'm gonna spend 4 threat.
Mm-hmm.
Artana incoming distress signal.
I'll tune into it in my ear.
You hear, to all ships, this is USS Greater Andoria. We are being attacked by an unknown vessel. Main propulsion is inoperable. Forward phaser banks are inoperable. Shields down to 20%. We require assistance immediately.
I try to narrow down where that communication came from. Try to figure out where they are in space, or if it's in the message itself, like in a header or a footer. Metadata. There. There.
I'm updating. I'm about to type out.
Aha.
So they're next door.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mouse.
Hmm? Oh.
I have a cat getting up in my face and nuzzling and snuggling.
Oh no, I saw two Great Andorias on the screen. I thought the GM was messing with us. I was
Oh.
like, oh no, there's two signals and come from two different places.
The ship's been blown in half.
Timey-wimey nonsense. It is in two
Tasmania,
places.
is that supposed to be the Valiant Breaker?
I think
They
that's
are
where they
chasing
detected
who
the warp
they
trail.
might
Okay.
might be the Tasmania.
Okay, but I just wanted to make sure that was.
Oh
the
yes,
Valiant
they're
Breaker.
both within that circle.
Commodore, we have a distress call coming in from the Greater Andoria. They seem to be under fire from a hidden assailant. They are in dire straits at the moment. I've calculated down to their last known. I put it on a pad and walk and very quickly stand out of my chair and hand it to you.
We don't have time to recall the Valiant Breaker. And she's going to say to you, order the Neptune to break formation and follow after the Valiant Breaker. Order the Sirius to come with us. We shall provide relief to the Greater Andoria. Khan, laying a course for these coordinates.
Yes, ma'am.
The Lieutenant Vorov will wait for those orders to be issued and say a word, Commodore.
Now that the orders are being issued and carried out, she'll, step with him and walk with him towards the back of the room. Yes.
He says, I know it's another Starfleet ship in distress, but our orders relating to the Tasmania are priority one.
I understand that. However, we don't know if that signature is the Tasmania. For all we know, the Tasmania could be the ship attacking the Greater Andoria. Without further information, I cannot make a call as to where the Tasmania is. We only know that a signature that could match the Tasmania is currently being pursued by the Valiant Breaker.
Understood, Commodore. Just wanted to clarify. No further questions.
Good man. And she's going to say, inform Neptune that if they cannot make contact with the ship they are chasing, to instead re-rendezvous with us at this point, and if we are not here at outpost or at relay 20, that they are to move forward with us to the location of the Greater Andoria.
Hi, Commodore. Would you like me to alert command as to our current engagement? The distress call may not have been relayed to the other systems.
Down relay, it may take a while, but yes, do so.
And permission to
as
relay
we're-
the distress in case there's other friendlies in the area.
Of course.
And I will do
As
so.
we're heading out, Revere is going to try and coordinate with Hoffman to see if maybe with our records of the last time we faced this plasma weapon, we can come up with some way to modulate our shields to more effectively deal with it, give us some sort of advantage should we wind up in combat with it.
All right.
Would you like me to close the communique with Commander Hidiat as well, Commodore? I still have him on screen.
He'll close it out as
Yeah, I
he's
was gonna say
pushing
he
the
has his
orders.
orders. Yeah.
It's like, you overheard us. Do you want us to close or that awkward moment of you can hang up now. It's okay. Yeah, out of character, I like this call that you're doing because we can't ignore a distress call, but we're also can't ignore our orders. So it's like, no, we're sending somebody to look at it. It may be our thing. If it is, okay, we'll deal with it. If it isn't, we didn't waste our time chasing a ghost while someone was in distress.
The fact that the Valiant Breaker was already deployed and not immediately next to us does kind of force my hand too. Otherwise, I probably would have just ordered everyone after the Greater Andoria. But if they're already there, I'm not going to lose 2 ships. So I'm going to split my forces and try to save both. Now, granted, this could end in more ships dying than if I cut my losses and only saved 1. But, you know, you got to try.
We did forward on all the information we discovered about the Tasmania not being the Tasmania, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and we're the logical ship to go to the aid of the Greater Andoria if what we think is attacking them is attacking them, because we're the only people who've faced this before.
It's just
Honestly,
Okay.
good. Oh, I was just going to say, and you know, the Sirius is already not very good in combat anyways, so like at least the Valiant Breaker and the Neptune are the better 2 ships to send into combat alone.
No.
Which ideally they won't be
combat.
they won't be running into too much. If it is the Tasmania, it's like good luck fighting 2 Starfleet state of the art ships with your little freighter.
Right. So are Kaufman and Revere able to give us any bit of a boost against the plasma weapons?
Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. See, when Corby's thinking, I always hear the typing. You're just very quiet.
Yeah, I understand push to talk.
Hey, I understand some people like hearing typing noises, so
Those
Nice.
people
ASMR.
are weirdos who have unacceptable thoughts about mechanical keyboards.
well, you heard it here first, everybody. I respect you.
Got to remember to lower my mic to my mechanical keyboard when I'm typing now.
That said, if people watching this really hate hearing me type keyboards, let me know and I can totally mute myself. I sometimes do that from time to time. I know I'm typing. It seems really loud even to me, but if I'm doing a quick little type, I'll just leave the mic going.
I think it's fine too.
No,
'cause
make
also
it louder.
It also helps
Yeah,
the players
yeah.
know that you're not that whatever you're planning or doing, you're
Right.
planning or doing something and not AFK.
The only downside I can see with even us splitting is I could see some very technical bureaucrat yelling at you, Commodore, going like, well, it was priority 1. It's like, technically, yes, it was a violation of orders, but I was responding to a distress call, so I'm going to get a pat on the back and then get yelled at the same time.
Yeah. And plus, it was a ship that is being attacked. It's a Starfleet vessel under attack. That kind of, blows a lot of other things out of the water.
Actually, oh, go ahead.
And she's a Commodore, so she's disposing her fleet to take care of the mission as best she can. And that this day and age, this far from headquarters, commanders are given lots of leeway in how they interpret orders. So she might get yelled at, but I think that would be it.
Yeah.
It's not like
I mean,
she...
this
So it
is
doesn't
also
look good to yell at her for that.
Right.
I mean, this is also a question of you get yelled at, or this is either a do or die moment where either the 2 ships that we've sent, the Neptunes and the Valiant Breaker, are able to apprehend the criminals, and then we're able to save the Greater Andoria, and Commander Solaris looks shrewd for having correctly been able to do her job and then some. Or those two ships get obliterated by those two ships get obliterated, and she looks like an idiot who split her forces and caused more losses than were necessary.
Several hours later, you and the USS Sirius drop out of warp.
Advise at least Yo alert.
Yeah, we would have been on red alert coming into this. She would have said, all hands man their bow stations, because as far as she knows, they're still under attack.
Reason science plus ship sensor science to get a picture.
Yep, they put down my chicken nuggets. Give me a second.
I was hoping that you hadn't fell asleep.
Oh.
Hadn't heard from you in a while. Was afraid you.
I said something like a minute ago.
Okay. Maybe I was desperately trying to get some assets to cover a situation I hadn't intended or expected. So maybe I wasn't paying attention.
We'll
Okay,
say this
so,
is a bit of a Kobayashi
never
Maru.
I feel like sensor operations, for some inexplicable reason, might be relevant.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, sensor operations.
It's actually abacus. How to use an abacus. You actually have to pull one out on the bridge. Like, what?
I'll give you a threat. Singular threat.
If only we had some sort of electronic abacus.
Note, new scene, yes, no?
Yes,
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
I
a new
need
scene.
a thread here. Momentum. I don't know why I couldn't see that.
Ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba.
Bah. Bah.
And the ship. Doesn't help for nothing.
The ship thought about it, but decided not to.
Doesn't it get some automatic hit with sensors?
It gets 2 dice instead of just 1.
Ah.
Oh, sorry. Hit the difficulty. You detect the USS Greater Andoria, a Nimitz class battlecruiser that is drifting with no signs of power, possibly emergency power, but that's hard to detect. It's sitting in a field of slowly dissipating plasma. No shields, no signs of activity.
Life signs?
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, is the momentum for life signs.
Take that for momentum. You don't know a Nimitz. You don't know the Greater Andorian's direct complement, but standard Nimitz would be in the neighborhood of 550, and you're detecting 276.
There is no way that we would be able to successfully perform an evacuation, even with 2 ships of 276 people in a short time. Revere, I want you to begin assembling in the way team. You might be sent down there to save that ship's power systems.
Commodore, we may be facing a problem here.
Yes?
Rescue efforts may not be possible, as the enemy may not be appearing on our scopes. They may be waiting for us to walk into our wounded friend and take a shot at us when our shields drop.
How old is that estimated plasma burst to be?
I will tie this into your task earlier. Give me reason security or engineering difficulty 2 to create the advantage anti-plasma shielding. And you can use any extra momentum to ask such a question.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
While on the way, he was buffing your shields to prevent this or to protect against this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trait of innovative engineer.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a free hit. I will give you a threat for bold, though.
Laughing at something in Discord, not what you're doing. Sorry.
Okay, I'll re-roll the whiff. There we go. Gain 1.
No, because this was him designing something on his own. Well, with that, you had a free hit, and it was only diff 2, so you got 2 momentum.
Oh, sweet.
You can spend one of those to ask about
Yeah.
to have learned about plasma dissipation.
Yeah.
The last explosion can't be very much more or less than 6 hours.
Commodore, I estimate that the last plasma blast in this area occurred around 6 hours ago. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but not by much.
Understood. That means they've been in this holding pattern for some time now, and the enemy is either sat and wait or they have moved on.
I will provide
Mm-hmm.
Artana
Mm-hmm.
or Kaufman, because they're the only two who have actually received dedicated security training. Insight security difficulty 3, because although they did receive that, they aren't in active service on a tactical ship.
For what? What are we testing for?
To put something to have an idea based off of what the Commodore said. It would be about tactics and strategy. It'd be something that you would have been taught other spacefaring navies sometimes do, but it's not a tactic that Starfleet uses, so it's not really something you would train for unless you're on a tactical ship that's guarding a border.
I'll
But
take
you've been to training, so you've heard a instructor say this, whereas most of the other officers may have heard it in passing in their couple of hours of tactical training once. But you've had like a dedicated lecture on it.
I'll take the roll on this. Could I proc Calto in the sense that it's a layered idea and
Yes,
strategy?
yes. This is a multifaceted strategy. There's more than one reason that this strategy is implemented. It's a balance of
Could
factors.
I activate Kaufman and roll for her if she's talking to him about this?
That's up to y'all.
That's not a terrible idea.
I think we're gonna need her, so
Plus, it gives her a
insight
way to
security.
advance.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you 1 threat and spend 2 momentum to buy 2 dice. Can I fire a value for this? Not yet. Well, I'm going to be spending my determination toward shoot. Does any directive apply here?
So far there are 2 of them. There is investigate inactive subspace relay and investigate the SS Tasmania. So no, I would say that neither of those apply. I might accept that it's not general order 1, but there's going to be a standing order for ships in distress.
Like, because we're
That I would
supposed,
take.
like, there's a standing order. You're required to respond to distress.
Yeah, it's
signals.
like it'd be like the prime directive that it's always applicable.
Alternatively, I'll totally take that if this doesn't work. Could the value of the frontier doesn't suffer fools apply in the sense? Yes. Oh.
Yes.
Oh well. Cool. I'll reroll.
Because it doesn't have to necessarily. You don't have to connect it to the frontier. Part of the value is like you've learned not to be fooled as easily as others are, right? So, yeah. I'm going more on that than any connection to the frontier.
Hey, I'll take it for $1. Don't mind me. And this isn't a criminal investigation. Well, I don't think this applies to Outpost 15.
No, this would be strategy and tactics. Say that again.
Oh no, you answered it.
What was your suggestion?
Oh no, I was thinking aloud why it doesn't apply. The Outpost 15 episode wouldn't make sense because that was a criminal investigation thing. It wasn't. It was me outsmarting a criminal, not tactics.
Okay.
There might be a better thing that lands. Oh, actually, life as written continued. That's one where I helped the. That's why I coordinated a bunch of things all happening at the same time, and we're gonna have to do that here with our 2 ships plus the wounded, considering the 3rd wounded ship that we're giving aid to.
No, because it's not related to your. Because you're using this to try to anticipate a move the enemy might make. That's not what you were doing in Life is Written.
Okay, it'll just land on its own.
If you have a callback to In Silent Service or one of the episodes where you did a more tactical combat role, that would probably apply.
In Silent Service was a directive spend, unfortunately.
Did you use one?
This would be my first Starship battle.
Oh, you weren't in the fight with your character wasn't in the fight with the Orion last couple of weeks.
Right.
It might have been a while since we saw Aratana in combat.
But hey, I now have a Starship one, so I will happily have that in my log. I'll be used for later. There's the reroll. Thank you very much.
Oh, there might be something if you have anything back to Archer class diplomacy.
I got at least one. I'll look that up while this is being resolved. No.
That's 5 successes on a diff 3. So that's 2 momentum gained.
Boop. And I will use my Cronkite order to increase the potency of this tactic.
You haven't. So the advantage, the successes I'm about to describe to you what they might be doing.
Oh.
And then you could spend to create a strategy of yours to counter that, and then you would use Grand Kite. Yeah.
Yep.
So there is a strategy that you were taught about that was learned in the last tour when you had to do some of your continued learning as a tactical officer before you switched branches. That some Klingon warships that were well outside of resupply had no hope of continued supply from the Empire. If they engaged in hit and run attacks, they would attack a target until it couldn't fight back, and then wait to see if it if the target would die on its own. Basically, like, would the ship's reactor go cold, and would the life signs all go out, and would it be dead in the water, or is it gonna, like, are the crew going to keep the reactor running for a couple of days? So I need to use another torpedo, right? I don't have an unlimited amount of torpedoes. So the tactic is just to wait and see if you have to use another one. You have time. You don't have unlimited weapons. So you have heard of a tactic that Starfleet doesn't endorse or use, but that Starfleet's aware Klingons will do sometimes, is judiciously use weapons when they're far outside of supply.
It could be, so it's entirely possible, based on Klingon tactical low munition and supply lines, that they may be anywhere within long range of the target, waiting for it to die.
That would be a known strategy.
In that strategy, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and I'm not connecting this to, there's been no talk of Klingons, right? You have no anticipation Klingons are here. This is because you know of a ship that's in your space, so it can't be. It's either a pirate that doesn't have logistics, or it's an enemy ship that's well outside of its own logistics.
Right.
And it has the ability to sit and wait without being observed. So I didn't want to accidentally introduce any Klingon suspicion. They're just the people you've seen do a similar thing.
In that stratagem idea, if more friendlies come to aid, is it more in that same vein of you're trying not to blow through your entire torpedo complement? Would you stick around? Would you fight it out with the new targets, or would you just flee the area because of new friendlies, new hostiles? Sorry.
I'll take a momentum for that.
Oop.
You would expect that they would only take a shot if it looked like a sure thing. Getting into a fight where they're going to have to expend, like a half or a third of their munitions is probably not advantageous. But if they could take out a second ship for only one or two more munitions, that's a coup.
And Aratana starts, and then turns to Coffin for like, hey, you heard the briefing too, right? Okay, and then Aratana does a mini lecture on the topic.
Okay, could you explain to me one more time?
So basically, the enemy must be away from the friendly lines. They must have good logistics, and they're in a nice spot where they can hide. So because they don't have infinite torpedoes, or they can't get resupplied quickly, they are just sitting within long range, anywhere within long range of this guy, waiting for it to die. If it dies on its own, great, they saved a torpedo. If it isn't going to die for a day or three, unload one more, kill it off. The second part of it is, because new friendlies are coming to the area, they're not going to engage us unless they know they can kill one of us. They're going to wait for someone to be a sure kill, which dropping shields would do it. If we're still here with shields up hanging around, they're not going to pick a fight because they blow through so many torpedoes just to make sure they win. But it is likely they're hanging around here. It's a Klingon tactic, but then again, the Klingon War is well studied, and it's not exactly a bad idea. Starfleet doesn't endorse it because it is a I'm trying to kill somebody move. But you know, if that's what you're trying to do in a hit and run strategy, then it makes sense given the target has its ability to vanish from view.
Yeah, okay. She's going to say, that makes sense to me. We are going to proceed forward with shields up, and we are going to deploy away teams to attempt to save the ship. Order the Sirius to also maintain shields at all times. Oh, we can't send away teams unless we drop shields, can we? Okay.
That is
Um,
correct.
okay, then
Oh,
yeah.
GM, is it possible for us to actually in character? Airton will say, "Is it possible for us to extend our shield bubble around a part of the ship and then dock with the ship and render
That
aid
would
that way?"
be you looking towards Lieutenant Revere. He would have to figure that out for you. I mean, you could try to as an officer who knows a lot about shields, but
I'll look to
that's
Revere because that's getting into tricky shield harmonic
Mhm.
stuff. I'll certainly assist him because I know shields, but it's like
It's adjacent to what I was thinking of for the way we would best be able to assist a larger ship,
yeah.
which is parasitic power sharing, essentially,
Mhm.
from ours
Yeah.
to theirs.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
And I'm also thinking that the best way might be, since we have two ships, is that we use both of those ships to create a larger shield bubble around the Nimitz class, the Greater Andoria, so that all three are within the same shield bubble. Probably be
Yeah.
less taxing on both the smaller ships. So yeah, let's see what we can figure out, GM.
All right, could I assist with my insight engineering? Because my insight engineering's a 15.
This will be reason engineering.
Okay.
Because you're trying to devise a process. Reason engineering. Difficulty 3. Assisted by ship's computers engineering.
Innovative engineer.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm also going to call on my roll ability potentially, since I'll be, well, I'm not actually pushing it. I'm just coming up with the way to do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. 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 Mm. Don't really
Yeah.
have any focus that will apply. I got a free hit. Take a threat for a third die and bold. Got a hit from Soloris. I'll use bold to reroll the comp. There we go.
Oh, and the ship. Sorry.
Lieutenant Revere, assuming that you have 2 fully operational Andromeda class ships and 1 downed Nimitz class ship of a limited to negligible power supply, is it theoretically possible to establish a shield and power sharing regime between all 3 ships through docking to ensure all ships are protected by the shield bubbles of the smaller 2 vessels? Theoretically, of course.
That's 1 momentum gained.
Actually, 2, because I got the free hit for innovative engineer.
Well, it was diff 3.
Yeah,
And you hit the
Soloris got an
diff and
assist.
had a free hit. The assist was a 0.
Soloris assisted.
Oh, okay, so that is 2. Okay.
Yeah.
With the resources at hand, assuming that Greater Andoria doesn't have any can't supply any engineering personnel, that everything has to be done by your teams on the ships, you're looking at least 10 hours worth of work. during that time, you're going to have with the shield geometry, you're going to have to adopt to fit all 3 ships in. You're going to have 1 set of quarter strength archer class shielding, and then 10 hours later you'll be able to bump that up to the full output of the Nimitz class shielding plus some extra.
A makeshift
Because
station.
the ship is dead in water, you have to find a way to like get the connection, get the ship connected, make sure that there aren't like severed connections within this ship that makes the whole plan null, right? And
Well, why would
having to integrate them is the big difficulty.
do we need them to make this work, or can't our shields cover them without their presuming they're dead? Like, assuming they can't put out shields of any kind, can these 2 ships cover the difference?
If you're not getting help from them, the 2 of you working together with about an hour's worth of work could get to half strength shields protecting all 3 vessels, as the archer class is not designed to extend its shields this far, but working together, rather than the answer being no, the answer would be half shields.
Because in theory, if you do it that way, then we can protect all 3 of us long enough to help out the Nimitz, the Great Andoria, and see if, hey, can you guys start pitching in? Once they can do that,
Right.
we can plug them into the system, and then over the 10 hours,
Well-
and then very slowly build ourselves into an unassailable
Right.
defensive position.
And if we can use our 2 ships to create even a half-strength warp bubble, then we can beam or dock or whatever,
Right.
and whatever we need to do to help them get back online.
We might
Seems,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
it seems reasonable enough.
I mean,
So,
also,
but we're still going to have a long period of vulnerability, no?
You're going to have an hour of 1/4 shields.
Pretty big
But-
risk.
But but the first proposal was 10 hours.
Right. You know,
Go
it's
through-
but
Good.
we at no point will we be shields down.
Mhm.
And we have attuned
I will
shields.
correct you. For a very small portion of time, one of the Andromedas will have to drop shields as the other one extends its shields over. So there is going, however you do this, there will be a short, maybe couple of seconds, less than a minute, time period where one of the ships is completely unshielded. But that's that's a risk you just can't get rid of. As for you to extend your shields over them, they have to have theirs down.
Yes,
I
Captain,
will-
I'm afraid the only way to never offer the enemy any opportunity is not to help. It's to keep our shields up at all times.
She's going to say, if this is your personal recommendation, I have trust in you as an engineer and we shall proceed. But I would prefer it if we had confirmation from you that this is what you believe is the best possible course.
With potentially under the enemy's guns, as it were. I don't see any other course. We can't even attempt to take them under tow without dropping shields.
She nods her head and says, all right, signalman, inform Sirius to enter formation with us as we proceed with this maneuver, and that on our command, they shall be dropping their shields to allow us to extend our shield bubble.
If I may,
Yes, Inverni?
I recommend that transmission be encrypted, but more than that, Artana, what do you believe your capability in faking a transmission would be to give the indication that the ship leaving its shields up is in fact the one lowering them? As in, if they did fire, if they are there and they did fire, they would be firing at a ship that does still have its shields.
I would have to do a bit of signal intelligence to.
Artana, I will answer for free.
Oh.
That it would be no, because the plasma weapon's radius would hit the unshielded ship anyways. Even if they missed, since you're in the same range band, they'd still hit the other ship. So that the deception wouldn't. Even if it worked, it might convince them to do something that's going to hurt you anyways.
So in space combat, if multiple things are in the same zone, if you miss one, you could hit one of the others.
Let me double check. I'm specifically talking about the plasma weapon, not space combat in general.
Because this plasma is some kind of area weapon.
I'm talking about area attacks. Right? Because you
torpedoes don't do area. Well, I correct myself. Tricobalt apparently does area.
Captain Commodore, shouldn't we attempt to contact the Greater Area?
Yeah, I may. I'm double checking real quick. I may.
Our initial reports indicated they had no power. But yes,
They
that would be on my
emergency power to low power to potentially none. That doesn't mean they have no communications capabilities.
They may have backup batteries. That's true.
Okay. I correct myself. I am wrong. Plasma does not have area.
Doesn't it have like persist or something?
It has persistent. I think. Yeah, it gives the perception. That's what I'm missing. I'm remembering correctly what the lore says it does. It just doesn't have area, but the description of it is that it creates a field of it rather than just a single explosion. But stats
you're the
does not
GM.
have area.
Well, let's not get
the.
I would really hate for that to be the norm in space combat.
Okay.
Because that turns plasma into a tricobalt weapon. It gives it a trait that a quality it doesn't otherwise have.
Okay. But yes, I would be communicating with the ship or reaching out to communicate with the ship as we proceed with this plan. There's just a lot going on. But yeah, let's do it.
The thing I was also going to suggest, although this may pair with Inverni's plan, if it shoots at either ship, we'd want to draw the fire at the Andromeda, because our point defense system makes us harder to hit, and if they miss, we can counter attack back, because we're considered to have cover because of our point defense system. So I was going to say earlier, before Inverni gave his idea of, hey, we're the one with the shields down so that we can draw fire at us. But if it's our fellowship that's doing it and we're trying to trick them into shooting us, then we get to be shot at with our shields up, more or less, and we can trick them into baiting them into shooting to us.
Then go for it. Send an unencrypted message saying that their shield should say, or their shield should go down, an encrypted message saying to ignore that order and to drop their shields.
Right.
So there's one signal saying do this, and there's another signal saying actually disregard that. This is the plan.
Yes. There's one signal that says an unencrypted signal that says when at positions extend your shields over the Andromeda, which will drop shields, and the encrypted one will say belay that, or whether you are going to be the one that's dropping shields.
Basically hiding that one into the encrypting it or hiding it in such a way that they don't know that the real message.
So the Romulans believe that they should shoot us.
To pull this off at all, I will require control engineering or control science assisted by ship's communications engineering. Difficulty 2. And then the Sirius will have to not the Sirius. Yeah, the Sirius. Commander Hidyat with the Sirius will have to also succeed, or he might not understand the plan, because you can't tell him ahead of time. Right. It defeats the purpose if he already if you send another communication that says, "Hey, we're about to send these 2 signals." So he has to guess correctly. And then I'll give a separate task for the encryption part, because that's kind of separate. If that makes sense.
It does. All right.
You could, if you have extra momentum, create a trait or something that may make his task easier.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey. Would you like me to make momentum?
Not yet for the first roll, but the amount we have is good. For the second roll, we'll need. Oh wait, would you need that on the first roll or the second roll? To make it easier on the first roll, I think.
I would take a double look at Commander Hidyat's sheet, or spend 1 momentum for me to point things out about him, but you might want to do that before you worry about to inform you if you should worry about this.
Yeah, it's computer expertise and stuff like that, but I'm worried he might spend a bunch of threat and make the difficulty super high. Like, I don't know. I'm guessing at an unknown difficulty he's staring at.
No, oh no, his difficulty is 2.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I won't sweat it too much. And yeah, because he has.
So what are the
expertise.
rolls?
Your difficulty to send him the correct instructions is 2, and his difficulty to understand what you sent is 2.
Okay.
And what are the rolls?
Control engineering for the first bit, and something else for the second bit, which I don't know yet.
It's going to be control engineering for him as well.
I mean, Hidyat's only rolling 11.
I don't even see his sheet. I'm not gonna laugh. I'm trying to find it.
Oh, so his well, he gets to buy a D20 for free. Oh wait, no, because would computer expertise fire for him? I may have been jumping the gun.
It would be a momentum for me to point it out.
So let's make it easier and assume he's an idiot.
That's one way to approach it.
Yeah, I don't think computer expertise would necessarily fire here, because isn't that all about like when you're programming a computer or something, or?
That's what I'm saying. Presume we need to help him as much as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, in Vernie, I would like extra momentum.
Yay. Huh. Okay. So we shall see. Potentially getting ourselves shot at by an unseen and quite lethal foe, because oh, I just closed my roll 20 apparently. They did deal with that ship quite effectively. Trying to look at a value, and then I did click just a little bit too high on my game and opened a different, or changed tabs from my bookmarks bar. That is an oops.
How dare you?
Okay, so kind of. I mean, we're doing this entire thing off the theory that the ship is there. The situation's not necessarily absurd.
What value are you trying to use?
It's either I'm arguing with myself between what logic dictates may not be wise, or act with confidence even if you don't feel confident. Because we don't necessarily know what punch this ship can deal, but we've got a plan to take the punch.
Yeah, you don't actually know if you can take this hit, but you have to present that we can do it.
And part of it is us behaving like we believe whatever might be out there, if we even are acting under the if the enemy even believes we know that they're that
Yeah, you're trying to maintain
strong enough to chase
discipline
them
in your
off.
communications.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, to that note, the Last Life of Demongst the Lethal, I've got combat with a superior foe.
I would take that.
Yeah, so that would be a callback. Lovely. And then that's
No
4
reason why
momentum.
I would take that, but I would take it.
Yeah, there you go. That's just 4. I don't need to roll shit. There you go.
So
Which means we now have an extra one, but yes.
So I will assume communication systems focus with fire.
Yes.
Or actually, wasn't it that we could spend 2 to make a trait for the guy?
Well, I have to succeed at all first.
Oh, was that we had to succeed first, or okay, yeah.
Yes. You have to actually send these instructions correctly.
Yeah, true.
But that extra will help me buy into this a lot cheaper.
Yep.
So I'll buy 2 dice with momentum.
Okay.
Oop. None of this applies yet. Bang. Ship automatically gives me 2 successes.
Okay. That's 1 momentum gained.
Oop.
What would you like to do about the complication?
Have a complication. Don't have a way to re-roll it, unfortunately. No, I don't.
The complication.
No, none of those apply.
The complication will be you made extra effort to explain in case the commander just was not understanding. So it's not going to help anyone decode the transmission, but if they decode it, it will be trivial for them to understand what you're trying to do. Like your tactics are not obscure. You're entirely relying on the mechanical encryption.
Okay. So I would like to. That's unfortunate. I'm going to create a trait that I'm trying to make this in a way that it's easier for the commander to figure this out, knowing what I know about him. It's like I'm gonna pitch this into his wheelhouse as much as I can. So if it's anyone's gonna figure this out, he will. That is a valid trait creation.
I will actually give that to you for free because I will mechanically narrate that complication as easy to understand plan added as a trait. But yeah, that is because it's a trait, right? It can both help and hurt you. The complication is that they get a free hit trying to decipher the plan if they break through the communication. And it also in a rare instance, this complication will help out, and it'll give a free hit for him trying to understand as well. But you could increase that. I don't think you want to, though.
I was trying to find out somebody to get Grand Kite to fire, but I'd have to create. I'd either be making that trait even easier for him, or I'd have to create a new trait, and there's no new trait that makes sense.
You could double that trait. It just helps the enemy as well, because that trait is in the form of a complication.
Oh.
But right now he's only looking at a diff 1.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, I'm screwed. Go for it. Encryption. I need to encrypt it.
Yeah, the next task is encryption. I wanted to separate those out because understanding the plan and whether you can hide it behind code is kind of separate. So what he's going to do is spend his determination on there's always more to be seen, because Commodore didn't mention any of this in her plan or communication. Why is she sending this? This is not standard procedure. She wouldn't send this unless there was more to it. Other captains would take it on face value, but he has a value that he does not take things at face value. So
that's what he was going to point out to us.
Yeah.
Yes. So he buys nothing.
It's a good thing I treated him like an idiot.
Well, no, he did the determination.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So he's got 3 successes on a diff 2 right now.
Or isn't it diff 1?
I was counting that as a success, not reducing the diff.
Ooh.
So 3 hits on a diff 2
right,
or 2 hits on a diff 1, however you
Yep.
want to read it.
Yep. I'm clever, don't worry about it.
And his ship gives a hit too, so y'all gain 2 momentum as he understands the plan. And you can see by the maneuvers of his ship that he is correctly understanding the plan. Now, we jump back. At the same time, you're trying to apply encryption. So this will be a task. We'll consider this an attack with you, the defender.
Okay.
So you'll set the difficulty for them as they're attacking your communications.
Right. Control engineering and communications systems.
That's assuming there is anyone here. I didn't say there was anyone here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we are
Okay.
100% playing it very cautious and assuming
We're
there's
going
someone
to look
here.
like such stupid idiots if it turns out the Romulans left and are now attacking the other two ships.
Who are Romulans?
Yeah, who are
Who
these
said
people
anything
that
about
you are
that?
blaming for all your troubles?
Yeah.
You know, I was speaking out of character, I want you to know.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Was there any threat needed to buy that
Nope.
set of dice? Okay.
Get wrecked. No.
I can tell. I'm not getting anything. Y'all have accepted so many complications. Y'all don't normally do this.
I mean, I asked Artana, he thought it'd be fun, so I was like, sure.
Yeah, I know. When the threat starving happens, I know who the ringleader is.
Ship assists with this, presumably?
Yes. Communications, computers engineering. No, computer science, I think.
Cool.
Yeah, computer science.
Bang.
And you
Plus-
get a free crit off of the ship.
Yeah.
I count that as 8.
7, 8. I confirm.
All right. I'm going to first use the trait spy.
Fair.
Then I'm gonna spend 3 threat on every secret I discover is another weapon in my arsenal.
I think that applies, yeah.
So we're at 3 hits.
I can't type.
I still don't like this. Even 3 hits, I feel like I'm so far away.
Good thing I transferred into the
He'll
communication division.
spend
He feels like he's so far away because the ship's not actually here.
more of his personal threat.
This is just one big long con. He's just going through the motions to really make us believe there's something out here. There's nothing out here. He's even spending threat to maintain the illusion. Some meta stuff going on.
This is some Corbinian level plotting.
Hey, what the hell? Don't bring me into this. I mean, I'm in this, but you know.
Ooh.
He is one. He's one die short because he would only rolled 4.
You are correct, and he needed that too. But I have the ship.
That's true.
Well, isn't it 2 die short technically? Because it's either the first or the second one disappears, and they're both 2s.
No, it's the we get rid of the last die if we roll too many.
They're both 2s either way.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, thank God that 2 landed in the last spot. Otherwise, I'd be like, you lose 1. It doesn't matter. Come on, be a piece of junk. Well, actually, ships usually aren't great at this stuff. But...
Stop talking.
What? I'm trying to be encouraging. I'm informing the viewer.
Ow.
I'm okay.
Debatable, but continue.
I was about to say, I think I am the viewer, but there is somebody else in there.
Yeah, there's other people in. And there's viewers how long after watch the VODs. Who knows? Far in the
lazy.
future. Hey, don't be crapping on VOD watchers. I'm a VOD watcher too. What the heck? We actually have quite a few people who check the VODs of the Dune series, especially trying to figure out how the heck to run that game. It's one of the few who figured out how to run it, other than the devs.
That was a good game.
How close did we cut it?
Oh, I like that.
They have a total score of 9 with a crit range of 3, so that the ship didn't hit. So
And they
they're
complicated.
2 successes short.
I'm gonna shut up because I'm a player.
What am I looking for?
Unless I get consideration, I'm not saying a thing.
I mean,
Artana gets
I
space
could have
next character.
him spend more resources to re-roll the 2 zeros, but that's expensive.
That was what I was going to point out. Yeah, I was thinking with GM brain there. I was thinking the same thing. It's like that's an expensive roll that may or may not work. And then you've lost 3 threat that you would have used for something else.
He'll use the last 3 of his personal threat. You're gonna rob him of all of his personal threat, because he is a powerful character.
If nothing else, it gets rid of the comp, hopefully.
Is it robbery if he's the one throwing the dollar bills away?
Dollar bills, y'all.
So that was a bet that paid off.
Yep.
That's 8 on 8.
You forget
I'm
one
guessing
thing.
them having a comp. Oh, no, he re-rolled that actually. Never mind.
I have cybernetic ears, so that makes it harder. No. I have no way to make it harder that I can think of, because nothing about our ship makes it harder. Nothing about me makes it harder.
I'm going to spend 1 threat off of a talent. And there might have been a trait created and boosted because of a talent. A ship's talent, that is.
Yeah. I'm gonna reach like crazy. Unconventional crew
Sure.
trait from the Andromeda, because we're just that weird. Because who's this insanely cautious?
I would have to say no, because this person is so unfamiliar with you already
Yeah.
that you could be straight-laced and it would still be Greek to him.
Yeah. I don't know what's caution or not caution. I don't friggin' know. Who are these people? I just know
He
there's
doesn't
something
even
to
know
shoot
what
at.
you look like.
Yeah.
He has a suspicion what some of you look like, but it's not sure and confirmed yet.
It feels like a romance foreshadow to me.
If you want it.
You know.
Aratana,
You
please.
saw what I put the
photo.
last person who wanted a romance through.
Aratana, please take a selfie and broadcast it on a wide beam across the
Vulcan
system.
duck face.
Vulcan duck face. Oh my god.
Steve,
Well,
to
now-
everyone
now
else.
that image is in my brain forever. Thank you. Vulcan duck face, ladies and gentlemen. Vulcan duck face.
Feed that to your Gen AI. See what happens.
No.
On it.
Oh my god. We will
It's just
finally
Spock
be
doing
able to-
duck face or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I'm sure.
One of his many siblings. In the far future, he has at least 2 more. I've called it. You know it.
Sarah got
Eric-
around.
Since Eric was running a full-time orphanage off
so-
screen.
You begin your plan. I will take daring engineering difficulty 4, assisted by both ships to create a unified shield matrix.
Okay.
Help me, kitty. You're my only hope.
Focus injury rigging. Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Ship's not supposed to do this.
Right. Innovative engineer for a free hit.
Yes.
Okay. I do believe the chief engineer superpower will kick in here. The part where when you attempt to push the ship's capabilities beyond its normal limits, you may spend 1 momentum immediate to re-roll a d20.
Say that again.
If you're pushing the ship beyond its normal limits, you may spend 1 momentum immediate to re-roll a d20.
Yes, that would apply.
Okay. So it's another re-roll there. You said difficulty 4.
I did.
Do we have any momentum on the table? I do
0.
not think so.
I can make some
0.
more.
I think I can get there from here.
Just saying, I got a second determination. I can make 4 more.
Let me see.
Yeah, I should fill out my sheet with my log.
Okay, so I'm going to call back to Archer class diplomacy continued when I was using my mojo to get the shields back up to 100% because I was messing with shields in a weird, difficult situation, combat that time, and spend my value on performance specs or just estimates.
I'll take it.
Okay. And that'll be a milestone. So that's an extra determination after the spend. Okay. Got a free reroll. Got determination spins, difficulty 4. So I'm just going to give you 1 threat for a 3rd die. Okay, so that's actually 4 right there with the free hit and determination. I will reroll one of the whiffs with bold. Well, still, I think I gained 1 all told.
Ships.
Ship is rolling.
This would be structure engineering, I believe.
Oh, I get that other free reroll from the
Hey,
talent.
it hit.
That is not a complication on the behalf of the Sirius.
So there's the engineer superpower reroll. So that's 3, 4, 5 total on a 5, 6, 7, 8 total on a diff 5.
3
No, wait.
momentum. Diff 4.
Diff 4, yeah.
So 4 momentum gained. And as you drop the shields on the Andromeda for the brief few seconds it's going to take for the shield systems to restart in their combined state, we go to the bridge. And I ask everyone to put their character where their character would be at such a time.
Yeah, we are at red alert at this moment.
That is correct.
And of course, security has
Eric
full.
kind of spaced himself.
Yeah, he's going over to say hi.
And of course,
Can't stop that
security
romance.
has full orders that if they detect an enemy vessel firing upon us, they are to immediately return fire. And yeah,
So the bridge is correct.
would we have the yeoman there?
That's
I
not
guess-
That's
the
not
guess-
the yeoman, that's the fleet lieutenant.
Oh, sorry.
Normally, I think he would sit at the additional console, but because Revere's
Time.
not
Oh,
doing
Revere.
standard ship engineering, I thought he might also be at that console.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
okay,
think-
this seems right.
Yeah.
Would the fleet lieutenant, for safety reasons, want to be in a chair rather than standing right where he is? Because he has no way to. He's not strapped in or seated in any way. So if he goes flying, he goes flying.
That's okay. He's replaceable.
Yeah.
Hey,
Why don't
the ship
we
has
have-
grav plating. Why would it not work?
basically the ship's entire officer complement is in the bridge? Though, if Revere is going to stay up here, I think I will order the fleet lieutenant to take up position in main engineering in case the bridge
Well,
is
I
hit.
mean, would Revere perhaps be? I don't know. Was there another place to work on shields that would be better for doing this, or?
Shield
Um,
room.
There is
But
no
then he-
dedicated space for shields. You'd either do it main engineering or here, and here is I had you doing it here, but that way you could coordinate with Aratana and communications.
Right, and that would be easier to keep track of what the other ship and everything was doing as well. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think here is makes most
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
that
and it's
case,
not expected you're going to spend the whole like several hours here. It's probably
Right.
just like he stood up out of his seat for a little while. So, yeah,
Alright.
if all the character tokens are correct, okay. Um. All right. Aratana, you start noticing something weird in the computer's tasks and the incoming communications, and you get to be the attacker as you try to understand and probably head off whatever is happening.
Okay.
So let me set up the attack.
You would.
3 free hits, 1 from easy to understand plan, and 2 from intercepted comms 2. I'll spend 3 off the table on which value?
Most important one. I'm helping.
It's shake and bacon. He helped.
Oh, I should share that.
You know what? He'll use the value to defeat the Empire's enemies. I must know them.
He's buying me a drink first. Jeez. Getting to know me so well.
A hit on spy. I will spend a threat to use the talent Guile and Cunning, which pushes the diff up
Caitian.
to 5. And that's the best he can do before rolling.
Muffin.
This is why Corbinian spends the whole episode trying to keep the threat out of me.
Yeah, I know what it's like to be threat starved. Give a guy 100 threat, he can make all kinds of terrible things happen to you.
Novocore. The day when you killed the depressed doctor.
So he has set the difficulty at 9. Let's actually his ship.
All right, his ship goes.
It did nothing. In fact, that is a complication because his ship has the trait prototype.
Oops. That helps.
And is prototype 19 and 20 or is it 18? I think it's 18, 19, and 20.
What do you mean it jammed to the tube?
Prototype. We have experimental, which is...
No, it's the same trait you used to have.
Oh, 18 to 20, yeah.
Yeah, he just doesn't have he hasn't had time to get rid of the downsides. What do you mean building a ship around a massive plasma weapon that you barely understand could introduce design deficiencies?
Does that comp help me at all? There's no way you can really re-roll that ship screw up. Unless the ship has a trait that has a thing that can save itself.
It does not have anything. I will treat this as a free obtain information before you roll. That way you might be able to create a traits yourself before you roll if you have some idea. He's played his hand in some way, and we see what Aratana might pick up on.
I'm thinking because he just needs to be within long range. So he just sits there. I imagine he's just waiting for an opening and powering up and firing his plasma torpedo to land on us, like pre-firing it to hit us.
I will say that this was not something you noticed pop up on sensors. You've noticed something pop up in the communications array and in the computer's tasks. That's what prompted this.
Oh, so the hell? That
If,
sounds
if
like
it was
he's invading
if it
our
was a
computer.
torpedo attack, I would have called attention to Inverni or the security officer.
Did they obtain information? I guess question. That last one would have made no sense. I'm assuming this sounds like he's spiking my our computers, like he's attacking us via communications, like by like scrambling our feed or something like that, or giving us false information because he knows our encryptions now.
If you're confident in that, then you probably don't want to use that as your obtained information, or you could if you just want to confirm it.
I do want to confirm it because I want to make sure that's what's going on before I start spending.
Yes, despite sitting next a couple of feet away, the computer acknowledges Commander Soloris in main computer room with full override codes enabled.
We taken on any new quote unquote Vulcans lately?
Uh-oh.
Cool.
They might have
Do you
targeted
have a
us in a
communications
completely
officer?
different way.
Cool. Wait. Okay, just so I have it clear in my head. The ship that actually dropped the shields was the other ship, not us. We were trying to bait them into shooting us. Right?
Yes.
No, no. You said that your ship was going to drop its shields because you had the automated defenses to handle getting shot at.
No, that's why we did all of the deception is we told them we sent an open communication to the Sirius that we should be the ones to drop shields while giving them a private order that they're the ones to drop shields. That way they would shoot us while our shields were up and then we could counterattack. That's the whole reason for the double messages is so that
Yeah.
the Romulans would think our shields were down while our shields were really up.
All right. Well, then this is really bad for everybody involved because your shields aren't going to stop someone sending you a communication. They are going to really screw with what they're trying to do, though, but not in a way that's good for you.
Okay.
It's bad for everybody that your shields are up and that they have that they have misunderstood.
All right.
So I still have a role to resolve, I believe.
Yes, because
Cool.
your shields being up aren't going to prevent them from sending a spiked communication to you.
Yeah.
Right. You can receive communications while your shields are up.
Yeah.
So to answer to reiterate and accept your free obtain information, yes, you are being attacked by a communication specifically crafted to suppress your computer security and attack one of your ship's subsystems. That's the free information.
On that line, could I evoke seasoned crew as a way to make my life easier? Because I may not be the only one. Like someone in the lower decks might catch something along with me, and we're already moving to stop what's going on. Like I'm already getting help.
I would accept it, but phrase it a little bit differently. That all you have to do is order the computer to implement a set of security features, and people who on the ship who need to take action are immediately alerted and know what to do. Like you detect an intrusion, there's already like a code green or a code, pink that covers this situation, and the crew's ready to respond. Because the only reason I would say it that way than the other way is there's no one whose normal station in combat is the computer room.
Fair enough. Sounds like an oversight by the executive and command officer, but I'm not the boss.
Don't worry, Starfleet will find a way to shove more beds on this ship and get people in there. Captain's gonna get a bunkmate.
Well, I didn't create that trait, so I can't make it better. That's just me pointing out a trait we already have.
There's one person the captain would bunk with, and they're not in Starfleet.
Oh, yes.
Temporary requisitioned as a subject matter expert.
Could I request? Could I request momentum be generated?
Humans, momentum factory, please do.
Yeah. What do you need it?
I'm gonna try to buy full mitt to fight this, and I'm short.
Cool.
I don't want to give him anything.
Logic's the beginning of wisdom, not the end as a value, or mission directive?
There's no mission directive for this situation. I mean, computer security is important to Starfleet, but it's not like a standing top of the line equal with helping people in need or prime directive level like command.
Right. I guess I'd be thinking that like the computer security would be the thing preventing us from being able to assist the ship here.
What's Artana's role going to be?
Yeah.
Their choice of daring engineering or daring security, because it is a malicious computer attack, so I allow security, but it's also dealing with computers, so I'd allow engineering.
I'd be sitting at 11 with, I presume, focus may be a problem. Could be like communication systems. Would that help? Well, yeah, I'm detecting communication.
Yes, because that's the primarily infected system at the moment.
So I'd be looking at 11 with a crit range of 4, and the ship auto gets me 2.
Well, and can Revere assist with daring engineering?
No.
Okay.
This is intentionally targeting. It's targeting you at the moment you're deep in the middle of coordinating the shield. So you're probably the one person on the ship who couldn't assist.
Fair enough.
Someone else might be able to.
A coffin might be a good assist of some kind on that line, because she's right next to me, seeing me panic a little.
That could be a good suggestion.
Griffin, what about your first value? Sorry. You got Kaufman, you say?
I was...
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, I'll roll and assist for Kaufman.
Okay. Yeah,
if the ship's under attack, actually. My first value, treat her like a lady and she'll always bring you home.
Oh, sorry. No, I was answering your questions about directives, but I was already sold on logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end, because you're not trying to because you can try, instead of trying to understand the problem, just try to stop it and figure it out later, whereas like the logical mind wants to know why before acting.
Hooray.
I was going to say, if I could suggest a trait potentially regarding isolation strategy.
Then seeing if I keep it to the veteran. I don't, just
Oh.
barely.
You're thinking like an isolation strategy as a tactic? Like I might like the way I'm coming out there's like, nope, shut off. I'm gonna lock out whatever that is because I know where the attack's starting.
You know where it's starting, and you know it's trying to target a specific singular other system. It's not a blanket everywhere system.
Yeah. Would you be okay with that, GM?
Yeah, I'll knock down their trait of intercepted comms down to 1
Grand Kite
as
order
you start
'cause-
changing communications procedures.
Grand Kite order to increase that tactic's potency.
I'll accept that. That'll bring them down from diff 9 to diff 7.
That's
There you
less.
go.
Thank you very much. Full mid of momentum, because no kidding. I need everything I can. Would this fall under constantly watching for a reroll of 1d20, like detecting a hidden enemy or danger, or attempting to locate one?
Yes.
Oh, I got a free reroll, so I'm not gonna. I'll be perfectly happy. Any other BS I can pull out of my butt?
I'd prefer you keep the things in your butt in
Hey.
there.
If they win, you'll want them.
That one's up for debate, buddy.
I'm incorruptible. No, that doesn't help. Yeah, there's nothing here. They're not attacking me. They're attacking the ship, and also all those are about me. So
Yes, they're accessing your personal files specifically.
Yep. Son of a.
Artana, no.
All right, am I assisting with daring security? If I'm giving him advice, could I assist
That
with
could be
insight security?
Insight, yes.
Okay.
Typical
focus-
Vulcan, daring 7.
No, I'm rolling as Kaufman.
No,
Insight.
I was commenting on Artana.
Oh, okay. A focus of computer security systems.
Wait, I can reroll one of these.
Yes.
Okay.
That
Oh.
is certainly a reroll. Diff 5 with the or 5 success with the comp.
Mhm.
Is
No,
there a manifested determination for some kind of reroll through a captain or a first officer?
Captain,
I haven't
help.
spent my determination. I'm going to order you to keep our computer system safe and throw you my determination.
So rerolling. So I'm gonna hang on to that and laugh away. No, I'm just kidding. Because I don't have to spend
If you,
it.
like,
We've got
I
30
can't
minutes
give
left
you
in
that
this
back
session.
unless I've
What
got
value
momentum.
would you be using this on?
The frontier doesn't suffer fools. You can't sneak by me. You can't get into my computer systems. This isn't the first time someone's
Yeah,
tried
I'll
to get
take
by
that.
me.
I was thinking the same thing on the line of, if you can't stop this, you might lose the whole ship. You know that you can't contain this later. Once it's out of the box, it's out of the box. You got to stop it now.
Yeah, I was going to say you're kind of a fool if you let the enemy into your internal computer system with this level of power.
So that's rolling 3 zeros, or how many?
Rerolling 3 zeros for sure. Calling back to Archer Class Diplomacy Part 2.
What's the connection?
That's when I was in a pinch, desperately generating power for the Andromeda. Is the list I have. So this is me trying to do something for the ship in a desperate situation, which I'm doing another desperate situation.
I'll take that because you're facing an enemy that's similarly threatening. If you don't succeed, they can easily overpower you.
And
if I
to Archer class. Continue.
So you
don't know if
need
that
all
worked.
3 of these to be successes, I believe.
wasn't the ship's computer as well was helping?
That's why I have 4 hits instead of because it doesn't roll at all. It just gets 2. It gets an auto crit.
Right.
Rerolling is the best move because there's no talent that I can think of that would get me out of this mess.
It would have to be something to detect a deception.
Like just out of sheer desperation.
I know there are things to help prevent your deception from being detected, but I don't
Not the other
know
way
if
around.
there's.
So if I generated momentum and then spent 2 to give him back his determination, would that be valid and usable or no?
Say that again?
If I spent a determination to make momentum and spent 2 to give him back his determination, would that be valid or no?
It costs.
With the XO power.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Possibly, but he might want to use the determination he has first.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like when he's using it, the way the XO power works is he's spending it. I need to do this now. I can't just later say, yeah, you have it back now. Because it's very while they're spending it, I've got to do the thing.
No, I would. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say that because you have to. There's an intermediate step that you don't have time for that.
Yep. Nope. That's why I was like, I will ask.
Yeah, because you hate to fire it and then find out after you fired it that it's a bad idea. Yeah, no, there's nothing that jumps out. Reroll all 3. Bang. Puts up to 5-6 hits.
That's 1 short.
Succeed
I'm
at
not
cost?
sure if you're going to do much better than that. Yeah.
Succeed at cost? My console blows up or something? I don't know.
I would allow succeed at cost, but I will describe what's happening before you accept that. The complication, is that complication or threat?
Threat.
Okay.
I don't feel like I'm more. If I'm going to be accepting a complication in a second, I don't want to make it worse.
All right. So.
Yeah, we're okay.
You attempt to isolate the program, and you struggle to isolate it until it gets to the transporter system, and you cut it off. You isolate it from spreading outside of the transporter system. And then it dawns on you, with them being, if your enemy is hidden, you didn't see their ship. Their ship must be hidden somehow. If it's hidden, their sensors may not be that accurate, and they may actually still believe you're the one with the shields down. They may not be able to tell the difference between the ships. And they are attempting to use your transporter system to beam someone off of the bridge to their ship.
I'll accept the complication for success. Succeed at complication if possible.
The success will be you force the transporter to choose you.
Yeah, 100%. The captain, because I know who I target. I target the captain, and my job is everyone's job is to protect the captain.
That's what you avoided by not accepting that other complication. The transporter isn't locked onto a single individual yet. It looks like their algorithm hasn't detected who who to select. It doesn't look like it has automatically selected to the captain, which means
It might grab
you're
someone
guessing
randomly.
that he's grabbing anyone he can get his hands on rather than trying to be too picky.
Yeah, I'll force it on me because I want to make it an absolute 0 chance they grab the captain.
And the other thing to remind you, you have your shields up. You can't be beamed to their ship.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're going to be relying on Revere in a second to save you, or you might just poof die. Like
Well-
your character would be accepting death now, and maybe player knowledge, Revere gets a chance. But Artana thinks he's about to die if he does this. Him or someone on the bridge is going to. The complication is that he could choose to die himself.
That aligns with Artana's background. He used to be a colonial security officer. His job is to protect others from danger. That's not his job now, but that's his baseline. Is I'm here to protect you from danger.
All right. Then what are you interrupted in the middle of trying to shout as you are beamed up? You get caught mid-sentence. Maybe trying to say something to the captain or to Revere or just generally to the bridge, but you've learned what's happened, and now they're beaming you up, or your ship is trying to beam you up.
I need to be relieved.
Oh shit. Okay.
And how much of that do we hear?
I guess you hear like, I need to be, and then Artana starts freezing, right? Because you, before you're completely gone, you're like frozen in time. Revere,
Does
you're
Revere
the only
realize what's happening?
you're the only one who has any chance to do anything about this, because you're the only one who understands the magnitude of being beamed while the shields are up and has access to main engineering controls, and is aware that this is happening. So this is the one shot roll. And the transporter is currently operating on under the authority of Commander or Commodore Soloris
Mm-hmm.
at a difficulty of 7.
Well, I don't like that at all. So basically what I'm trying to do is just cancel the beam out.
Yes. You're trying to override the transporter to abort.
Well, okay, then.
So the question is, do I make momentum now to potentially give him back his determination before he does anything?
I don't think there is any opportunity for anyone to act other than Revere.
Fair.
Because you only have the time between the beam finishes and then attempts to put Artana on the enemy ship.
Okay.
I have to ask and be a goblin. It's
It's always worth
an
asking. You might
executive
get a
officer's
yes.
natural state. Yeah.
What was that?
Can confirm executive officers are goblins.
All right, so I've got to hit a diff 7.
That is correct.
All right then.
It was
I'm
diff
assuming-
9, but Artana's fought them off enough to bring it back down to 7.
Okay, so I'm going to assume transporter synthesizers.
Yes.
Innovative engineer.
I was thinking how you got that right is you helped develop a prototype replicator.
No, that's Replication Pioneer.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was thinking, hey, here's a thought. Don't save Artana. Have the transporter just replicate a copy of him.
My Katra will come back. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Yeah, let's not figure out. Let's not have Revere's internal debate about the soul before he does this.
Right.
Yes, I'll take innovative engineer.
Okay, so that's a free hit. I don't know. This is a swing for the park, since I'm also having to like defeat basically a virus of some kind that's caused this order, or figure out a
That is
workaround.
correct.
Amateur cryptologist.
I'll take it. Yep.
There's 2 free hits. Nothing there, nothing there.
I mean, I might need.
I don't know. I
this.
think you should just clone Aratana. I think that would be funny.
Right. Just there's no soul there. It's just sort of the, some meat.
Hey, well,
That's what
here's
she
the thing:
said.
Vulcans can transport with their Katra.
Yeah, I
Why
guess so.
couldn't you duplicate one?
Oh,
Hey, I have my
God.
my
Yeah, but then-
Katra will be out in free space and coming back. Forget you.
Oh God, the ship's going to be haunted by the ghost of Aradana past.
Only when the shields are up.
Sounds like a great plot point.
There's 2 free hits, and then I'll spend my determination on. I've got to figure this out.
I'll take it.
There was something
So
rotten in the state of Andromeda.
there's 4. I just have to hit 3. We have no momentum, so I'm going to have to get some threat.
I'm
I'll
guessing you
give
don't
you.
have something to call back to either.
I'll give you 3 threat. Now I've already called back to 1 this episode. That's where that's why I still have this momentum. Yeah. So I'll give you 3 threat for an additional couple dice.
All right.
And then let's see.
You sure you don't want to give me 4?
I wouldn't.
Nope,
Don't
just
you
3.
dare.
I just
not
want
give
Ryan,
him-
one
what-
more.
Do not put him to 10. 10 kills us. Well, kills somebody. Maybe not us.
Kills you.
I was still set on daring, but
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll re-roll the whiff with bold. Okay, I'll try and re-roll it again with the engineer superpower because I'll lay you money I'm pushing the ship beyond its limits.
No, the transporter's working within acceptable
Oh,
parameters.
never mind then.
that's
Forget
good.
that complication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
So,
agree with
but
you this
anyway-
time. Yeah. No, that's a great idea.
But I hit 7, so.
Whee.
Cannot have my communications officer.
Artana, if you did die like you expected to, then your afterlife is in the transporter room.
Well,
They just tried to beam Artana out through our shields. I think he's okay though. I managed to grab him just in time. Revere to Artana, are you okay?
Wall mount. Change encryption. They're using the captain's codes to access our computer systems.
Saw it
Hoffman.
on it.
Hoffman, you heard the man. Yeah. Or Revere, you heard the man.
Whatever the role is, yeah.
You can give me
$50 for the DLC.
daring engineering plus the ship's computers, communication or no, communications, security.
Yay.
Diff 2, because you do have a lot of preset security regimes. You just need to switch to a new one that they haven't broken.
Okie dokie. Oh. I don't want to give him another threat, do I?
You do not. Desperately not.
Is this where I make momentum?
You could.
Yeah, wouldn't be the worst idea. I can't spin bold.
You can't.
No,
I
you
don't have a
could.
directive to spend this to, or there's definitely not a directive to spend this to. As far as I'm aware. No.
Where are you?
So. The ship is not entirely under our control, and that is not exactly confidence inspiring. So act with confidence even if you don't feel confident.
I'll take it.
Yes, okay, there we go. Full momentum.
There
Have
you
fun.
go. Oop.
By far what the humans use the determination for the most.
That's what
Yeah,
I keep-
I'm supposed to be here. Okay, very good.
Exactly.
So it's a diff 2. Tell you what, I'm going to use 3 of that to roll 4.
Yeah. Very good.
And I will use the Legion of Honor to ignore that comp. It is helpful, gosh dab it. Dabbing it.
Lovely.
Sorry, so you got a momentum and a convocation?
Complication got ignored.
Legion of Honor.
Oh, okay. So you gain a momentum.
Yep.
All right. All ship security measures are reset.
I'm smart.
The transporter is still infected and isolated. That's something you'll have to handle later. But no new intrusions could use the same vulnerability that they found last time.
We're secure for the moment, but I'm going to guess that means they're still out there.
I'm sorry, did the GM just say they still have control over the transporters?
It's
No, they're
corrupted. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I wouldn't say
isolated.
active control. They have a virus inside the
Backdoor.
transporter.
Okay, then she's going to say, Aratana, if you possess the abilities, please disable, physically depower the transporters to ensure no further unauthorized use.
Wait, could we use the transporters, or can we get information out of the transporters even in their corrupted state to show where they were trying to beam Artana to?
Yes, could we get a backdoor?
That wouldn't be a backdoor, that'd just be a location.
Okay.
Right.
Actually,
Which we could then bombard with photon torpedoes.
Oh, yeah. Could we do that?
That's a great idea.
For that, we would have to enter an action scene, and Griffin would have to use no hesitation to act first, because they have decided to do something that requires an an order of initiative if you're going to do that. Basically, we have they want to do something and you want to do something, and it has to be established who acts first.
They have to
Oh,
spend 2
they're
threat to try to go first then. Because of me.
they're panicking and they're probably trying to work on the
Oh yeah,
system.
just for you being there, they've got to spend 2 threat.
Yeah.
That's my
Okay.
guess.
And then I can no hesitation then.
You can.
Then the question becomes, what are you
But-
gonna do?
What are you going to do? Because
well, we keep for free anyway. So
It's all about who goes first.
Mhm.
Yeah. What am I going to do? Great question.
Well, you're the con person.
observe
So-
it.
Yes.
No,
Sorry.
as in we're trying to pull a determination of where they were trying to beam them to.
Yeah, that is.
That's not specific. Like, there's coordinates in there that are relative to our position and their position in space. I'm making an argument for con here.
buy it. This would be insight con assisted by computers engineering because you're pulling from the transporter. I will spend 2 to say that this could only be done if Artana assists you, because they have to manually read out to you the coordinates. You can't transfer them from one terminal to another because the system's been isolated. So the only way for you to do this is going to eat Artana's turn.
I'm fine with that. 100% fine with that.
But you do get an assist out of it.
All right. Trying to backtrace the destination point for that transporter signal. Navigation as a focus?
No.
Cool.
I would be looking for something like stellar cartography.
Yeah, those are all on my counterpart, unfortunately.
I would take subspace 3, yeah.
Cool. So I don't have a focus here. That's all right, though.
We have 3 Jominton.
Is Brazen helping or hurting me at all?
2 for hits.
Cool. Hey,
Return to sender was not something they expected.
exactly.
To whom it may concern. Torpedo.
Sorry, I just got a call from this number. Star 86, motherfucker.
Yeah, so that's going to be it. I don't think I have anything else that helps me here. What's the difficulty on this?
Opposed, maybe?
No, because they're not they don't even know what you're doing.
That's true.
Right.
I would have to put it at the 7 of the program, because you're trying to learn from that program again. Though I will go ahead and knock it down to diff 5 because Revere broke the encryption. So you're not fighting against an encrypted program. You're trying to understand their convoluted program that they intentionally made like confusing.
So you got 2, you just need 3.
Yeah. So we'll set it at diff 5.
How are they making it confusing?
They are not writing things straightforward. Like you might, here's this bit of code that accesses the transporter, but instead of being in one large block of code, it's split across 5 different blocks that are in different areas of the code that you expect. Like it's intentionally written
It's a
to make
distributed
someone who's trying to
thing,
read
yeah.
it as like a person read it difficult.
I'd like to argue for quantum awareness then.
I
Great.
don't know how that applies.
Okay.
Because that quantum awareness is you being aware of yourself having multiple states of being, like multiple versions of you exist in multiple different times.
Well, since the grab wasn't somebody specific, there is some time frame where the person that got grabbed was Griffin, and some time frame where, for whatever reason, we dropped the shields instead of the other ship, and so she was grabbed.
But how would that help her understand the spaghetti code?
Well,
I don't know. I was just trying to
being
help.
able to
You drew
being
you
able
drew
to
a
kind of
beautiful piece of art there, and I don't know how it's relevant.
being
Well-
able to like parse the idea of a whole bunch of different overlapping possibilities and realities.
No, I think we're stretching too much here.
All right, I thought it made sense, but you know, it's fine. Let's see, what else do I have? Not that one. Not that one.
Helm operation.
Yeah, no, I don't have a focus I can
Yeah.
tap
no.
into here, so I'm just gonna be rolling dice. So I can up to 4 with momentum.
So you could, if you wanted to, activate your navigator, who has 2 of the like 3 focuses that I would accept on her sheet.
This is yes, this is true. However,
Yeah, but you got 2 free hits.
I have 2
Yeah.
free hits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What you want right now
and
is not
also-
a con officer. You want a navigator.
exactly. We want a navigator right now. I'm not a navigator. However, I'm the one with no hesitation and brazen 2.
Wait, I just realized, do we
So-
have a blind navigator? Oh,
Yes, we do actually.
okay.
Yeah. When when you're flying a starship, it doesn't actually matter that you're blind.
Absolutely does not. No.
Yeah, Griffin. There is someone better at this job, but there's no one who will just act irrationally and just decide to do something and
Exactly.
anticipate when the enemy might try to do something and act first.
Like, Aratana, read the console. Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Random thing to
Yeah,
ask me,
She's
but
never
okay.
the best at anything, but she's always the first.
hmm Not the best, but always there first.
Unless that thing's landing the ship, then she's probably best at that.
Very
Right.
good at it, yeah. Or making sure the ship doesn't get hit.
Getting to understand what
I'm
your
sure
what
she
kind
could
of
turn
scores.
the ship into an efficient javelin too.
Probably.
Any genius could make a ship into a javelin.
I
I'm
said
not
an
taking that
efficient javelin.
personally.
You
Can I argue
should.
for control con for doing the back trace of this under pressure?
No, I think it's insight because you're trying to understand what they did. You're not the one actually doing a beam or like a shot at them.
I'm just getting the information.
You're
Got it.
trying to understand the information to pass it on to someone else.
Cool. Then 3 momentum to roll 4 dice, and I'm gonna do the 3 threat for a 5th die.
Okay.
Spicy, spicy.
You sure you can give me 5?
No. Shoo. Go away.
You
I
really
can't
wants to hit
buy
10,
more
doesn't
than
he?
that.
Because 10's
So
bad for
no.
us. 10's a reversal.
Yeah, 10's very bad for us.
I presume insight engineering? Or insight command, perhaps? Guessing at what the officer need, my subordinate needs.
Yes. Insight. I would take either.
Cool. Boop. You're welcome.
Will you stop?
Complication or threat?
Complication, for the love of God.
I've
I'm
never
gonna
had
Legion of
so
Honor
many
the complication
complications
away.
from Artana in one episode.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna spend Legion of Honor to dismiss that complication. Because Legion of Honor doesn't have to be on your task.
Hold on a second.
All right.
Yeah, technically not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't understand why, it's just better than the Medal of Valor. I mean, the Medal of Honor. But they cost the same.
Because you can get it once, I think.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to think about that reading of Legion of Honor. I don't know if we've come up against this before, but
I mean, I don't think it would work if you were just completely uninvolved in the task, but
we're gonna get to sidestep it anyways. Because I will let your trait of quantum awareness work here.
oh, fuck.
Because the complication is going to be that Eritana misses a sign on one value when they're reading it off to you, and you have
Vulcan
two
can't math.
possibilities of where the ship is. One to the left of your ship or one to the right, and you're pretty sure from everything else Aratana told you that it should be off to starboard rather than port.
All right.
All comes down to a Vulcan who can't math.
Mhm.
You don't need no math on that one. We just have our instincts.
Didn't do that
and
on the
intuition.
frontier.
We generate 2 off of that, I
It's like
think.
shooting womp rats in Beggar's Canyon back home.
Mm-hmm.
I believe so.
Yep.
You have the coordinates.
Like to send 2 to Swift task, please. Then.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you about to do?
I know what I would do.
Override fire.
That's
There
On
is
that location.
certainly a ding here, but you can do it.
Yeah.
Commodore, I went past 3 levels of command and decided to fire on my own, but it's okay because I hit it.
Mm-hmm. Look, they're trying to immediately harm the ship. That's hostile intent.
Are you sure that's what they're
Uh,
trying to do right now?
Brash. Yeah, that fits.
Yeah, look, Brazen 2.
You may want
There
to
you
take an extra minor. Oh, you
Yeah.
may have a minor anyway. You might want to aim at your target.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Just fire the phasers randomly and just hope you don't hit one of
Uh-huh.
our allies.
Exactly.
I mean, to be
Um,
fair, one of the options I was thinking of was firing a spread of phasers around the disabled ship to see if we could just find something like that.
I was thinking
I
of
also
that
thought
too.
about that.
You guys are nicer than me. I was doing a full spread of photon torpedoes in my head.
Yeah, that's what I was
Those
thinking.
are
too.
Someone watched The Balance of Terror, where that's what they spent the whole episode doing. That
Yeah.
they did depth charges.
Oda had great success with that tactic as well.
I'm sure. So
I don't know who Oda is, but I do know that we've met someone who was related to him.
Ah,
it's
Oda
true,
Nobunaga,
we
one of the most
have.
famous daimyo in Japanese history. What are you talking about?
He's not even the most successful unifier.
Oh, come on. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, come on. He was one of them.
yeah, it's on 3.
So,
Top 3.
so I
The
have
last
an
one, which is
action
kind of
here.
important.
Taking an action Firing ship spacers with an override. My roll ability will allow me to use my con for that. Firing ship phasers at the target. What's the difficulty, Jam? And I'm aiming, I guess.
Aiming, you get to choose a system to attack for free. And get a reroll. Because we have a fast targeting system.
Great question.
Hold on.
I mean, I can't see them, so
I
Yeah,
imagine
I
it's
have
like
to.
the first hit gives you
Hold
a
on.
shape, and then you can kind of guess
I
from
have
there.
to check something.
Mhm.
Because aren't phasers medium range?
They are.
They are. I'd fire torpedoes.
They're not within phaser range. Phaser range is any. Hold on.
Medium or less.
So you're here.
Yeah, medium or less.
So medium is any zone adjacent to the zone you're in.
Yes.
They're not adjacent to the zone you're in. They're in this zone.
So you
Right,
They're in
so
long
I'll
Long
range.
to me.
I'll fire torpedo then.
Z.
I don't know
Torpedoes.
that should be a separate ding, but it feels like an extra ding.
Torpedoes.
It is lethal force. There's no question you're using lethal force with a torpedo.
It's true.
So you might as well fire all of them.
Yeah, they can only court-martial you once. They don't court-martial you for each torpedo.
Or they might give you a
Right.
medal.
So
So.
full spread maximum yield.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was an incident once who did full spread minimum yield.
Right. And they
What?
court martialed that motherfucker.
Yeah. Unnecessary.
It was
use
called the tickling of the Klingons.
Non-excessive force.
I mean, I guess for warning shots it would work.
Yeah, like you can dial back the yield on.
You'd have it
photons.
prematurely
Okay.
explode short of the target or something.
Not to abuse Inslee's night of maximum fun too much.
Because I'm supposed to be leaving at
Getting
some
us
point.
on track.
Yes. I would like to be able to make this. I guess now torpedoes. roll.
So that's a difficulty 4 shot. Control security plus weapon security.
Yep.
What
changes
system are you
to
aiming
on.
for?
Actually, difficulty 5 because this is an override and a swift task.
My override does not increase.
Oh, because you're at the con console. That is correct.
Yeah, I'm at the con console.
And you have that power.
Does Brazen help?
Brazen 2?
Brazen always helps or hurts.
I'm firing torpedoes
Yes,
without
I'll
my
take it.
captain's authorization.
I
Yeah.
will take it.
Cool.
Don't take this as an endorsement of your actions. You're doing a bad thing.
Yeah.
But
Oh, absolutely.
bad.
But it might work out well.
Officially, Aratana will disapprove of this. Unofficially, good job.
Yeah. I think Griffin has a lot of that in her career.
Yeah.
Unofficially, good job. Officially, what the hell did you just do? I guess I'm aiming for their weapon system. I want to try and disable them from retaliating if possible.
Yeah, no more plasma weapons is a good idea.
Yep.
And that
Okay,
doesn't
so
raise
that
the
would have to be
difficulty.
your spending for your extra minor.
Didn't use their
just a
original
normal minor. I didn't use their minor on my turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So. All right. 1 momentum for a third die. All right. Yeah. Can't get a fourth die, can I?
No.
Oh, so
Uh,
you gave me a threat just for declaring torpedoes.
Exactly.
That's why we can't give you.
And that's why I can't full spread with that, right?
So a
Because
salvo adds 3 threat instead of 1, but also adds 1 to the damage rating.
exactly. So I can't salvo.
You could salvo.
You shouldn't salvo.
Well,
Be
okay.
silent, demon.
He's just pointing out the rules, to be
within
fair.
the framework we're
The power
using,
of Christ compels you.
I'm going to.
You're brazen. You got to put the threat down.
No,
You
do
may not get a second chance.
No.
I'm brazen, but I'm not bold, interestingly.
I will stab you, but I'm not confident in how this is going to turn out. So
I was going to say,
But-
I'm brazen but not bold is a sentence that only makes sense in the context of this specific game.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it kind of makes sense. It's like I act, but I'm not confident enough to ever follow through. So I get myself in trouble more than I actually succeed.
Which, is that
Yeah.
not
That
is that
tracks.
not Griffin, like up, down, and
It
center?
is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Um, I don't have a focus here unless we'll take combat maneuvers.
No.
Cool. I'm rolling 3 then.
You're remote controlling the torpedo directly. That's why it's a combat maneuver.
Hey,
There
if
you
it was
go.
Traveler, you could download yourself into the missile.
Yeah, and I would.
That'd be a myth strat.
Yeah,
Ha.
it would. All right. That's 6 hits with Brazen 2.
What was your targeted system?
Weapons.
Weapons.
And what is the intensity of your attack? I believe it's 3.
Torpedoes are 4.
Torpedoes are 4.
And they
Yep.
also have high yield. Given that they're cloaked, that might come up.
Yeah.
Why are they
I
four?
can't wait for the congratulations to get a scale 6. It's angry now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh wait, we have a +1 to our damage rating because we have a certain stat or something.
You certain security, I think. Certain security, or no, it's a certain weapon score. Yeah, because if you look at the other ships, they don't have as powerful of weapons. If you look at like Sirius, their weapons are only 6.
And ours is 7. Ours is that one little oomph to get us over the line.
Yeah, y'all intentionally did that. Y'all did weapon
Right.
7, structure 7, because that gave you an
That gave us
additional
1 over, yeah.
weapons intensity and an additional resistance. 2 of either, you had to have 3 points, and you didn't have that.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right, so I fired a torpedo. We'll see what else happens, but I've done that.
I imagine that's just what she says on the bridge too.
I mean, more or less. Yeah. Cloak ship identified captain, torpedo away.
Hold that thought.
You're taught it hearing it in the earpiece. Wait, what? I just read you off
Like
your
the way
numbers
I
and now you're
put that
shooting. What
shit.
happened?
Are you targeting coordinates without the captain's authorization?
It's very clever. You shouldn't have done it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everywhere but where I want to be. There we go.
Well, if nothing else, we're confusing the fuck out of the people that will later encounter more Starfleet vessels and be like, wait, they're not behaving at all like this one dipshit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have full intelligence on their tactics. No one else uses these tactics. You're lying to us. I'm not. I gave a faithful report. They fire torpedoes without warning. No one in almost no one in Starfleet does that.
If they fired
No, I
torpedoes
mean-
without warning, what did you do first?
Listen, we knew they were watching us closely. Their warning was the torpedo tube opening.
Exactly. The
Unconventional.
warning was that their plan didn't work.
Also, for those wondering, high yield basically gives you either a new random breach, or you increase the potency of the breach you've already done.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, and I was double checking. We encountered this earlier. Um, if you hit someone and their shields are down, that is much less damage than if you hit someone and knock their shields from like near full to 0. Significantly less.
Yeah.
They do take a breach. They take a second breach. Which will potency 2, give them 2 breaches on weapons.
Depending on their scale, it could be kind of okay or really bad.
Yep. So yeah, at that point.
Hold on, because I wanna tell you exactly what happened before people start narrating what happens on the bridge.
For sure.
Oh. Wrong thing.
So, you order, Commander, order our Autonata disconnect and clean up the transporter. And then I think Artana responds with the idea of backtracing the ship's location with the help of Griffin. You agree to that. And then your attention is drawn to Ensign Kaufman, who says, "Captain, I've lost control of weapons." And then Griffin, you can say what you were going to say.
Cloak ship positioned, torpedo away. I don't know how long it was going to be there, Captain.
Understood. Kaufman, you have control of weapons?
I assume Griffin releases control.
Yeah, Griffin.
She
As
says,
she's saying this, she like just taking her hands away from the console, basically.
"I have control back. Massive explosions. I have
Dogs and cats living together.
a
Mass
growing
hysteria.
field of plasma."
Status of the enemy ship can't be determined.
I'm detecting hull fragments, large amounts of plasma discharge. Someone can roll for Kaufman to see if she thinks the ship's been destroyed or not.
Right back to Balance of Terror. There's even a body of an old Centurion out there.
I was rolling for Kaufman. I don't know if someone else wants to
Oh
handle
no,
it.
you can go ahead.
Feel
All
free.
right, awesome. I haven't done much rolling. All right, what's the roll?
Insight, security, difficulty, opposed.
Oh, the ship's not actually destroyed, but they want us to think it is.
Yep.
They're doing the submarine thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Release some dipper.
Load oil rags and debris into the torpedo tube and release that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did in Balance of
Well,
Balance
they're
of
the
Terror.
defender then? Because they're trying not to be seen?
Yeah, they are creating a deception.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes,
Actually,
spend
I
your
guess
threat.
before I do this, where are y'all with tasking? Keeping the initiative? Because it sounded like y'all were letting the initiative. Well, I guess.
Because
Yeah,
if they
Kaufman couldn't look into it on her turn because she's the. Oh no, she's the attacker, so it's not happening on their turn. They are the defender, but it is happening on Kaufman's turn, right? So
I thought we were out of combat when you started narrating. If we're going to stay in combat, I have decisive leadership so we can keep, and I would probably order them to fire again.
oh, then you should do that rather than
Yeah.
asking if they're destroyed.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then she is going to after the explosion, she's going to, stand up from her chair and say, helm, fire again. And she's going
Want me to fire again?
Yeah, she's gonna direct you hit the first time, she's gonna direct you to hit it again.
You do not get brazen this time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this
And it
might be a
is
very bad idea, but
difficulty 4.
Kaufman is a better shot.
Kaufman is a
Oops.
better shot.
okay, then
And you would
okay.
know that.
But
Okay, then-
Griffin's making bad decisions. Why can't you two?
Because you're the
I will
captain and
say-
you're a
I will
Vulcan.
Sure, I will stand up and say security again. Okay, so no, you know what? You know what, Kaufman? I'm going back to my original plan because I'm giving you an assist because this is a direct, and that assist is an automatic 2. So you only have to hit 2 dice. I think you can hit 2 dice, Griffin. So all right, Helm,
Don't
you're
have a
shooting
focus,
again.
I will
How's
say
our
that.
threat level? How's our threat level?
Now
we
at
are-
10.
We
Okay,
are going to go to 10 to fire this.
okay, fine. I'll give it to Kaufman. But someone else is rolling for Kaufman.
No, we go for 10 for her too. Just firing torpedoes is going to take us to 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the question is 10 or 12, not
Or
Yeah.
ramming
don't
speed.
listen to him.
Oh my
Oh
god.
yes, listen to him.
Because
can do that.
their shields are down. Ours are not. They have
Our
more
shields
breaches.
aren't.
Yeah, our shields are up. We might survive this hit.
We approaching board.
Might.
Dolores, if you
Might is
tell
doing a lot
Griffin
of work there.
to hit them again, she'll
Yeah, you
do
could
that.
aim into the darkness plasma fire and hope you land on the ship.
No, she's
Please
ordering
don't.
she's ordering Kaufman to shoot them again.
Okay.
And she's going to leave it at that, and we're going to accept the increase in threat as whoever's rolling for Kaufman, you get an instant free 2 successes and a reroll from me.
Someone other than me do Kaufman because I've done a lot of rolls tonight. And at this
All
point, you
right,
might as well
I'll do Kaufman.
full salvo it
rolled
and
too much.
obliterate them.
So
Yeah, if you're gonna
Yeah.
give it in for 1, in for 3.
Yeah, we're
Mhm.
at the reversal
Mhm.
point.
I'll take
so.
it.
All right.
Yeah.
1 for 3.
So 3.
Can't reversal a
Weapon
corpse.
systems. So true. Let's see. Does she have anything?
She has. A
That's what the voodoo
Determination.
doctor told me.
Does she still have her determination?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Given what just went on, spend to the value ready to adapt for my ambition. This is not what's supposed to be going on the bridge of a starship, but she's adapting to it.
Because ostensibly we're probably obliterating a already downed opponent.
And also firing again after the con officer opened up the engagement.
The ambition is she has a friend in a Commodore for doing it.
Am I being asked something?
Yes.
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 What
You
is
have motion
that?
spend for Kaufman. Spend to the value ready to adapt for my ambition because She's definitely adapting to do this. This is not this is not normal Starfleet operating procedure or normal security operating procedure to follow up an attack made by the con officer to destroy a ship that did not technically initiate hostilities.
I could raise a couple of points there, but her eye patch makes me think I shouldn't. Her eye patch makes her look like someone who would be ready to adapt for this.
I mean, they did attack us. They just didn't use like
Yeah.
No, that's
torpedoes
what
and
I was
beam
thinking.
weapons.
That she doesn't need to justify this.
We've also
They're the
killed.
aggressor. She's in the right.
We've
Yeah.
also already killed at least 200 officers off of the other ship. So
I don't think she needs to stretch her morals to do this.
I guess maybe not her morals, but her standard operating procedure. More because of
Yeah.
what Griffin did than because it's like morally different. Just this is not the chain of command. The enlisted
But she
con
is
officer
being
should not have
ordered
opened
by
engagement.
the captain to
No,
make
this is not the
attack.
order of operations. Is the term, not
Yeah.
the chain of command. It is the chain of command now. It was not the chain of operations.
Right. Sorry, that's what I meant.
I'm just making the argument to justify it to Winchester. I'm not.
I don't think so, because I don't see how her adapting to that puts her in a better spot for promotion.
Because she's making a friend of a Commodore.
because the Commodore wants
Oh.
her to do this.
Yeah.
Yes, in the sense that she's not going to. She's just she is
Making a big
doing
deal
as
about it.
ordered rather than taking time to bring up the insubordination on the bridge with Griffin.
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
I looked at her value and was like, I don't think this would work to fire torpedoes normally, but I think it works because Griffin was stupid.
I'll take it.
All right.
So when firing a
Right.
salvo,
Things work because Griffin's stupid.
when firing a salvo, you do have to choose area or spread before
I
you
think
hit.
we'd want spread, right?
Yeah, it makes doing devastating damage easy. Devastating one cheaper instead of 2 to get an extra breach. It's just 1.
Yeah.
And GM, that's I didn't see it till I saw salvo. Salvo is how you can make any weapon area. It's just that tricobalt is area by default, so you could have got us the area earlier in that scenario. So sorry, I did not mean to mislead.
What he says now.
Rolling to comp check.
Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't have changed that because I thought if you read the description of plasma weapons and you kind of look at how they're depicted in the Balance of Terror, it would suggest area, but that's not the actual stat on the. It doesn't get that for free.
Yeah. Well, the argument would be, oh, well, they just did a
I was
salvo.
trying to describe how the weapon worked, not trying to use the weapon against you. If I was trying to use the weapon against you, that would have been valid. But it would be incorrect to describe a plasma weapon as like normally burning up an area. It's like, yeah, if I fire 100 of them at you, then yes, it will do that, but so will a normal torpedo.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have changed that because the accurate description was still that it did not attack multiple ships with one shot.
Right. Okay. You do.
Oh,
sorry.
So that's 2 momentum gained.
Ship.
No, 3. They don't have any increased. Yeah, they just have the difficulty 3 from the torpedoes. So that's
Oh, I already rolled weapons.
3 gained.
I already did. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I mixed up. Don't mind me.
And what's the intensity of the attack?
4.
4.
Oh, sorry, 5 because it's salvoed.
Yeah.
Also, wait, wouldn't we still have the ship roll here? Because yeah, there we go.
Keep in mind, you get a free reroll and +2 from me.
Oh, free reroll too. Okay.
Yeah, I have advisor.
Rerolling the 0. It's still a 0, but it's 1 better than it was. That advising is paying off incrementally.
Incrementally.
Yeah.
Computer slowed down significantly for me. Hopefully everything's okay.
Did you target a specific system?
No, I just soloed.
Okay, roll me the system.
A D20.
Yeah, 20, 16.
Right in the 16.
Wait, in the 6? Oh my God, not the 6.
Oh no.
See, on a 10, it's a headshot, so.
Oh, yeah, that's okay, but I think I have a lucky strike. So you can just re-roll that.
Was any momentum generated from that? Sorry.
Yes, 3
Yeah,
momentum
3.
was generated.
Okay. So you can do devastating attack for 1 because you did a salvo instead of 2.
Cool. Yeah,
think you
we'll,
do at
we'll spend
least-
for that then.
Just wondering how many more times you can do it. I don't know if it's repeatable or not, so I'm trying to find out. The computer's fighting me. There we go. It's a one shot, so you can spend 1 momentum to hurt an additional system for half that attack's damage round up. Uh-oh. No, I'm okay.
Are you?
Computer's slowing down massively for me ducking around to different tabs. Does not like what I'm doing right now.
Why do you make the computer cry?
Because I used an Apple once and it'll never forgive me.
You're not supposed to throw
As it
apples at your computer.
shouldn't.
Yeah, for real. Why?
Hey,
Why?
I was young. I wanted to see what the new fancy computer in the ads was all about. Found out it was kind of garbage.
Heyo. Yeah, Steve Jobs, we're throwing shade at you. I know you've been dead for like 15 years, but your computers still suck.
All right.
Hey, the other guy.
And my Samsung makes me happy.
I mean, that is what I have as my phone, but
I actually have a Pixel, but you know, whatever.
So on screen, you see a massive green explosion, followed by a temporary blackness that blots out the stars. As the ship's maneuvering thrusters kick on automatically as it detects a gravity phenomenon that attempts to pull the ship in before dissipating entirely.
I take it there's nothing left of the ship, considering what we know of miniature black holes.
You don't know what's going on at all. We've
Okay.
never seen this before.
Okay.
we must have
I was gonna
obliterated
say,
that
time for
thoroughly.
a sensor report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
That's
is
time
no
to- what-
evidence. There
what-
is nothing left. It's just empty space. No
Oops.
plasma, no wreckage or debris.
It just vanished. I don't have anything on scopes, Captain.
Ships
It
do
must
not
be
just
another
vanish.
deception. It must be another deception. We know they have cloaking technology. Remain at high alert, even if we shall now be able to proceed with our humanitarian relief plan.
Shall I run a sensor sweep, Captain?
Go ahead, but I do not believe you'll be able to find them if our last encounter's any evidence.
Captain don't want to try to talk to people.
Well,
Captain
we
don't want to
definitely
try to
won't
see
see
people.
anything. Yeah. We definitely won't see
Uh,
anything if we don't try to look.
Artana, as you get back to your position on the bridge, there's an incoming communication to the ship.
I tap my ear to
Oh,
kind of
no.
tune into it as I'm walking over to my console.
Emergency communication from USS Valiant Breaker to Commodore Solaris.
As I'm walking, urgent message from you to you, Commodore, from the Valiant.
Yeah, she stands up from her chair, says, "Good job, Helm. Good job, security," and walks over and says, or she walks over, and I presume you hand her like an earpiece to listen.
Oh no, I can put it up on the screen if you want. Like I'm walking toward the communication panel as I say it because I hear it in my
Oh,
ear, and
okay. Then just put it on the screen. Okay.
yeah, I sit down and bring it up and nod at everyone and adjust my uniform a little bit.
You see Commander Shalin appear on screen. He says, Commodore Solaris, we've had an incident here, and I thought it would be good to go ahead and report.
She motions for Revere to begin the plans and says, "Go ahead."
Shortly after the Neptune or shortly before the Neptune arrived, the suspected Tasmania dropped out of warp as it received our orders, and we approached to begin a investigation. Then soon the Neptune arrived and moved to support us, but the captain, a Caitian captain, attempted every excuse and misdirect to prevent us or slow us down from boarding and executing a search. Finally, when that proved impossible, they destroyed themselves.
Just like that, they gave themselves a warp core detonation.
Yes, it would have taken time. I thought they were delaying to try to hide evidence of their duplicity, but I think they were taking that time to prepare. They knew the whole time they were going to do it.
Which prevents us from getting patient 0.
Patient 0 got dropped off on Kate. We just can't backtrack.
Oh, I thought they had patient 0 aboard. That's my mistake.
No, it prevents the research on what happened aboard that ship to
Mhm. No,
create
you are
or
right.
where
This is a
Patient
medical
Zero
law,
came
but-
from.
Yeah, no. Solaris
Ah.
makes a brief grimace and she says, "Very well. You are to return here and assist with our efforts to save the crew of the Greater Andoria. You did your best."
Enjoy your failed mission, Ding.
I will. You
No,
know.
them too was the joke.
Oh, okay.
Commodore says, you tried. You still failed, but you tried.
No, she might be more cruel to them, but like she would not expect that seemingly routine criminals would explode their own ship out of nowhere. So she's not going to judge them too harshly here.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, the vessel is apprehended, just in little pieces.
If I had-
Wait, better than we can say about ours.
Any way you slice it, that will be the end of, at least for now, of the trouble with Caitians.
Well,
Yeah.
My guess is they probably had another Romulan vessel nearby. The crew, at least some of the crew, at least beamed off the ship, and then they blew it up to cover up the evidence.
You
Either
are assuming
that,
these events are related.
It
I
could be,
mean-
or it could be that you'll have to wait till next week.
For all of you
Or
watching
you'll-
out there,
okay.
for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. And we look forward to seeing you again next time. And now you may speculate if you wish, please.
Just hear
Okay.
the strain in your voice there, Corbinian.
I know it is a.
Thank
I
you
didn't
for
really realize how late
playing.
it was.
Oh,
Okay.
you idiots.
Okay, my guess.
I looked at. I don't even. It's been so long that I forgot how. But I looked at the clock at 10:45, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm about ready to wrap this up." It's kind of early considering that Revere gave us the go ahead to just play as long. But, and then somehow it's 11:40, and I even forgot why at 10:45 I thought we were about done.
Because they
I think it was that was right before someone decided to start combat, which involved shooting weapons.
Revere suggested, can we
I don't know.
use
That's
their data as a way to
weird.
backtrack where
That's
they
what
are?
did it. Yeah,
I presume your
Yeah.
plan. I presume they were just going to leave the system after that
They were-
attack failed.
they were going to warp away, but you all were like, "We want to shoot them." So I was like, "Well, I have to know who gets to go first."
Yeah, they were gonna warp away, and I said, "No, I'm going to shoot you." And they were like, "But we're gonna warp away." And then I said,
I
"No,
think-
shoot you."
I think this